Hi guys, afternoon. Abigail online, can you hear me and see the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. All right, guys. So we're on day 3 of this thing. We're on day 3. Um, this thing not working. Good. Yep. And this bank of question. And today is our measurements and statistics day. And then tomorrow we'll have 2 more topics to do, which is functions, graphs. What's the next one is tomorrow? Um, my God, hold on. Let's double check. Let me just double check quickly. Yeah, functions, tricks are the 2 main topics of tomorrow. Functions and tricks. And I think we have some vectors today. If we can get in the vectors today, that will be good. All right. If we can get in some vectors today, to be good. That will be one less thing to do tomorrow. But today, definitely, we're doing measurements and we're doing tricks. As usual, this bank of questions on the screen is read up to 2023. And so after I do these questions, I like to look at the 2026 paper, the 2025 paper, and the 2024 paper to see if there are any questions on those papers that are not in this bar. There's a lot of questions here, I can tell you. I want to spend 4 hours on this, 2 hours on the measurements, and 2 hours on the statistics. Or maybe less than 2 hours on each of them. We'll take a 15 minutes break in between. All right, so let's see how quickly we can get through these things. The vectors is before this. So if we finish, we can come back and do the vectors, which is just 3 pages of questions. 1, 2, 3. Not a lot. Right? So we can come back and look at the vectors. But the measurements are number of pages. The question short and stuff. See all of that is measurements. And then we're going to statistics after that. Which again is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pages of questions. All right. And then in addition to these, as I said, we're gonna be doing the more recent questions as well, looking for any question that are in those papers that are not in this bank. Need to update this bank. Maybe in the summer I'll take some time and update it and put additional questions in it. All right. But for now, we have a workaround, which is to go to those recent papers as well. All right. Remember, ideas that want to be exposed, all these questions, I'll give them to you, and we're getting a lot of them correct. But I just want to take the opportunity to actually go through and explain a solution to you, just in case you don't know, just in case you're actually swatting answers, which I don't want. So that at least you have an approach to doing the question, you have a method to do the question. There's something that you don't understand, then let me know. So that if you go in the exam room and they said similar questions, or if they said, but these same questions with changes on them, you can still work them out. Right? So CSEC tend to do that. They tend to set by the same questions with minor changes. Right? So you can look out for that. All right. So let's go. Measurement. First question, cylinder. So this question says, refers to this diagram, which is a cylinder of diameter 6. Now I like to work my question with radius. So the radius automatically is 3 centimeters, making a note right away. The diameter is 6, the radius is 3, and the height is 20. So h is 20 centimeters. The question is simply asking us for the volume in terms of pi, meaning pi must be in the answer. Simple formula is the area of the cross section, which is a circle, times the distance between the 2 ends, or it is pi r squared, which is the area of the circle, times the height. Everybody must know this formula by now. All the formula on the formula sheet, all the formulae on the formula sheet, you should just know them in the head. And this is one of them that is on it. All right, so the volume here will be pi r squared h, and so it's pi times 3 squared times 20. The 3 squared is 9, 9 times 20 is 180, and this becomes 180 pi. And they say in terms of pi, they're really talking about this one. So we have to mark this one. Simple as that. I'm gonna see similar questions to this. Another one over here. That's what they ask us for in this one. It's the same cylinder they give us, but this time they don't tell you the height. All right? They don't tell you the height. Same rate, same diameter into same radius. Now they're telling you that the volume is 180 pi. So it's basically the same cylinder, you know? And so the height is 20. But we don't want to memorize it like that. We want to be able to work it out because they could change the dimensions and this just the same. Right? So it's the same cylinder, and that's what CSEC do. They give it the same cylinder and they reverse the parameters. So again, for this one, the radius is 3 centimeters, and they tell us that the volume is 180 pi. So you know that the volume, which is pi r squared h, is now equal to 180 pi. And you're essentially trying to find this h. So to find that h, we can take the pi r squared, which is the area, and divide it under the 180 pi. And so in that case, the h becomes 180 pi divided by pi r squared. I'm going to put this under here, son, pi r squared. So the pi is there, and the r squared is 3 squared. This 3 squared is a 9. So this is a 9. This is a 9. 9 into 180 goes 20. This is a 9 into 180 goes 20. The pi's cancel. And so you're left with the height of 20 centimeters, which is going to be the same question, guys. But it's not about memorizing the answers. It's about being able to work it out because you can change the values on the question. You have to be able to do it still. All right. So in this question, basically solving inside here. Inside here. With the pi r squared h is equal to 185. So another one here. Same thing again. This time the height is 8 centimeters. That's an 8. This is 8 centimeters right here. And this radius is now 3 centimeters. All right. This one says, diagram below not drawn to scale shows that cylinder of radius 3 centimeters and height. What is the volume? Same thing. Same thing. Same question. Volume is pi r squared h. So it's pi times the radius is 3 again squared, and this time the height is 8. This becomes 9 times 8. 9 times 8 is 72. So that volume becomes 72 pi centimeters cubed, which is this answer inside here. This one. So far so good, right? Cylinders. So they like to set cylinders, right? That finishes that. Then we'll come over here now. So like this is another question I like to say. They tell you that 1 millimeter is 1 over 1,000 meters. Same as saying 1 meter. If we take this 1,000 multiplied over here, you're gonna get that 1 meter is equivalent to 1,000 millimeters, which is something that you should know. And asking us what is 2,500 millimeters. So you just have to divide by 1,000. Because you go from millimeters to meters, here you're dividing by 1,000. So just divide this by 1,000. So that becomes equal to 2,500 divided by 1,000 meters. So you divide by 1,000, move the small place 3 places to the right, to the left, it becomes 2.5 meters. So the answer is this one. Nice and easy. All right, very good. Very good. Next one. It says, how many kilograms are there in a ton? That's a knowledge-based question. 1,000. 1,000 kilograms make a ton. 1,000 kilograms make a ton. 1,000 kilograms make 1 ton. A ton is 1,000 kilograms. So that's a knowledge-based question. All right, nice and easy. This one down here, so we're going into a series of trapezium questions. Like I said, trapezium question. Key thing to remember about a trapezium, that the area is half the sum of the parallel sides times the perpendicular distance between the parallel sides. They like to ask question, the trapezium area. All right, let's look at this one down here. Huh? Advil? I'm gonna have my vehicle. Yeah, I'm gonna have my vehicle. So I'm gonna have it. Hold on, let me check this back. Hold on a second. Hold on. Water. Oh, water. Oh. All right. So let's go. This one gives us this trapezium. And in this question, that's the same trapezium they give you. Same one. This one I tell you that the height is 5. In this one, we don't know the height. Same trapezium, you know. They set in 2 different exam papers. Here they ask us for the area. Right? They want the area. Remember, the area of a trapezium is half the sum of the parallel sides times the perpendicular distance between the parallel sides. All right? So it's half A plus B, that's the sum of the parallel sides, times the perpendicular distance between the parallel sides. That gives you the area of a trapezium. Let's sketch it out here for you. So if you have a trapezium like this, in the trapezium, where this side is A, this side is B, and the distance between those 2 sides is H. The perpendicular distance between these 2 sides is H. Then that becomes the area right here. This becomes the area. Becomes equal to that. Half the sum of those 2 parallel sides multiplied by the perpendicular distance between the parallel sides. So that's what we're applying down here, easy. So the area for this one, so these are the 2 parallel sides. You take half the sum of them. So it becomes half of the 8 plus the 18. That's the sum of the parallel sides. Times the distance between them, which is 5. That's what you're working with. Now, half of the 8 and half of that is 9. That becomes 4 plus 9 times 5. That becomes 13 times 5. 13 times 5 is 65. That's 10 times 5 and 3 times 5. So the answer is 65. So I'm sure in this question, I'm going to tell you that the area is 65. See it here? The same question CSEC set back, but this time they tell you the area. So it's actually the same trapezium. So you know that this height is 5. But I know they can change the question. That's it. And I still have to be able to work it out. All right? You still have to be able to work it out. So here now, they tell you the area. I don't want to work out the height each. All right? Similar to what they did. So you know that that area is half the sum of the parallel side, which is the 8 plus the 18, times the height between them. That calculation is equal to 65. I'm trying to find this h. So you can work out this part first. This becomes half of the 8 is 4, half of the 9, half of the 9, 18 is 9, times h equals 65. This 4 and this 9 becomes 13, so that is 13h equals 65. Divide by the 13 under here, you get the h equals 65 over 13. That is a 5 right here. This last one is the answer, 5. That's D. So this is the answer down. That is it. So the same trapezium, that's how you work it out. All right? Divide. All right, next one. That trapezium question up here. This one said, it gives us this. It's testing our finite knowledge now. Can I use this as the distance between the parallel sides, guys? It has to be the perpendicular distance between the parallel sides. That is the perpendicular distance between them. All right? And they're asking us for the area. So it's testing your knowledge to use the right dimension. So this area becomes equal to half the sum of the parallel sides again, which is the 12 plus 8, times the distance between them, which is 3. Now this 12 plus 8 is 20, half of 20 is 10, times 3, 10 times 3 is 30 centimeters squared is the area of just trapezium. That is it. So say all those trapezium questions. Then they give us this one. It tells you, it said the perimeter of the trapezium is what? Oh, this one is on the perimeter. So basically add up all these values. You have to add them up. It's a perimeter the one for this one. So you have to add up those sides. And you can literally look at it and know the answer, you know. They give you trapezium, the perimeter is what? So it can't be this. And it can't be them two, don't it? Based on the values, don't it? Then they can add up to that. Oh, lie. This is in centimeters. So be careful. All right, so this is in centimeters. That's the key with it. These are meters, but this dimension is in centimeters. So basically then what's happening here is that this is actually 21 centimeters. This is 41 centimeters. This is 18 centimeters. I multiply by 100 to get from meter to centimeters. This is 18 centimeters, and this is 12 centimeters. Those are the answers they're adding up to get the answer in centimeters. The key thing here is that they want the answer in centimeters. So those are the values they're adding up. Still look like this one today. Those values should add up to that. All right, can I reach 920? No, sir, can I reach 920? All right, if you add up those, that's what they're going to get, I'm sure, 92. Right? Yes, that is right. Because this and this is going to give me the 10. So it's like 40 and 20 makes 60 and 20 more make 80. Yeah, by the time I add up these because single digits to get this 91, 92. So this has to be the answer. So the key thing with this question, guys, is that they wanted it in centimeters. Then they give the same diagram and another question and ask this down here. Same diagram and another question and ask that. This time they want it in millimeters. See here? This time they want it in millimeters, guys. So the answer for that one is now going to be the 920. Because for this one now in millimeters, these dimensions now become, these dimensions that we had before now go in the hundreds, right? Because 1,000 millimeter make a meter. So to go from these meters to millimeter, we multiply by 1,000. So this one become 410 millimeter. This one become 210 millimeter. This one become 180 millimeters. This one become 120 millimeters. So the answer is in the 100. By the time I add up these hundreds, the answer now will be in the hundreds. So down here in millimeters, this is what the answer is going to be. 920 millimeters. That is the key. All right? So look out for that. If you want the answer in meters, you have to be the decimal ones, right? And this would be it either. That still would be it. Still will reach 9. All right? Still will reach 9. How would it? Point can't reach 9. Reach 9. True. Don't reach 9. Anyway, whatever it is, let's go. Over here, more trapezium. Which are the following as this area? So you know that in this area, you're looking at these are the parallel sides, and that's the distance between them. So you're looking for the shape where the 4 and the 5 are the parallel sides. So you know that these are the parallel sides. These two are the parallel sides. And then this now, the distance between the parallel sides. That's what you're looking for. This is the distance between parallel sides. Distance between parallel sides. That's what they're looking for. 405 to with parallel sides. So we can use a process of elimination. This is not it, right? That's not it. And these are not the parallel side. That's not 4 and 5. But say 4 and 5 here. We don't have this distance. So can I use that? We don't have that distance. We don't know that this is 2. So can I use this? So I put the X on that for now. And then this one, these are the parallel sides. But then this is not 2. Right? So this is not 2. That's 5 over 2. This one is correct. Those are the parallel sides. That's the distance between them. 2. So basically, this is the answer that we're looking for. But I go to that. Are you okay? What else over here? So another one here. Same kind of thing, but they give us in variables now. Or in algebra. I think we did this question earlier. It says the trapezium at a height of h. That's perfect distance between them. And the area is x squared. The area is x squared. The equation that may be used to find x. I think we did this already. So the area is x squared is equal to half the sum of these two parallel sides times the distance between them. I think we did this question. I think we did this question before. So it would be, let's try it here. That would be half the sum of the parallel sides. And the parallel sides would be this and this, right? 2 plus x minus 4 times the distance between the parallel sides is h. That area is equal to x squared, x squared. We're going to put x squared on the left. That's what you're working out. That's what you're looking for. All right? So the half of h becomes the h over 2 that we are seeing here, and the h over 2 that we are seeing there. All right? So the half and the h is h over 2. So we can write h over 2 into, this is now 2 minus 4 becomes negative 2. So it becomes x minus 2 in the bracket. So that one is A. So x squared equals that. So the answer here is A. That is that. There's similar question over here again. Same thing again. Is it the exact same thing? This is the trapezium of height of h, and the area again is x squared. The height of the trapezium expressed. Oh, so it's the same question, but now they want to make h a subject. Same question, but now they want to make h the subject. So in this formula that we end up with, we now want to make h the subject. So we could make h the subject by taking this 2, multiply it up here, and then taking the x minus 2 and divide it under. All right, so I'll write this a different way. So to make h a subject, we could multiply by 2 and get 2x, and then divide the x minus 2 under there. And that will leave us with the h. So this now will be the answer over here, which is this one. We're not getting that. Oh, x squared, not x, is x squared. My mistake, x squared. All right, so the a, x squared. So this is the answer for this one up here. So that one. So this will be the answer for this one. All right, x squared, not x. This is it. All right, so make a the subject, the same trapezium. That's all you have to do. Better go to that. Better go. All right. Then we'll come to these questions. Let me see if I can draw this better. Draw this better. So this now is that solution there. The same trapezium, same thing, but they're asking you to make each a subject. All right. This is the calculation for area. Anyway, down here now, it's rectangle. A rectangle and a square. So you give us this square and you give us this rectangle, right? And so which of the following statements is true about the perimeter of the square and the rectangle? Now we know that the perimeter of this one is 4 times 12, right? Which is 40, don't it? And the perimeter of the rectangle is what? We're going to put half a rectangle. Perimeter of the rectangle becomes 2 times this plus 2 times this, don't it? Or 2 times the sum of these two, don't it? Becomes 2 times the sum of the 9 and the 16. The 9 and the 16 is what? 25. 2 times 25 is 50. That's all. 50 meters. That's correct? Yes. So the perimeter of the rectangle is more than the perimeter of the square, right? Or the perimeter of the square is less than the perimeter of the rectangle. So this is perimeter of the A, this is PA, perimeter of the rectangle is A, of the square is A, and PB. So PA is less than PB. That's all we know. PA is less than PB. So we're looking for that. So PA is less than PB. So the answer is what is that? Straightforward. We're not seeing an interesting question yet. All right. Maybe an interesting question start to come. In which of the following polygon does the sum of the measures of the interior angles equal the sum of the measure of the exterior angles? What's the sum of the exterior angle of any polygon? Huh? 360. So this is asking you where the sum of the exterior angle. You can write this one. Sum of exterior angle. Sum of exterior angles is always 360 degrees. So the polygon that has 360 degrees as the interior angle is a quadrilateral, don't it? Good. So the answer for this question is the quadrilateral. Because for this one, total interior angle is equal to 360 degrees, which is the same as the total exterior angle. Regardless of the polygon, the total exterior angle is always 360. If for a triangle, total exterior angle is 360 for any polygon. If it has 1 million sides, total exterior angle is still 360 degrees. It is the total interior angle that changes, but the total exterior angle is always 360 degrees. All right, so that's very good information to have and know. This one says, if each exterior angle of a regular polygon is 60 degrees, then the polygon is what? Oh, okay, youngster, come to you, man. You addicted? Huh? You better come class for. I give one paper and sit down and watch it, you know, how much I get, you know. I got that, me, I forgot though. All right, first, what does regular mean? Right here. What's a regular polygon? What does the word regular mean in polygon? All sides equal, all angles equal. This means that all the sides are equal and all the angles are equal. So it means that all of the angles are 60 degrees. All the exterior angles are 60 degrees. And remember, the total of them is 360, right? And the number of sides equal the number of angles, right? So this means that all sides equal and this means that all the angles are equal. So what it means then is that since all the angles equal 60 degrees, let's say there are n sides. It means that the number of sides times 60 degrees is equal to 360 degrees. Why is that? Because the total exterior angle is always 360. See? Total exterior angle. Total exterior angle is 360 degrees. So if there are n of those angles, because there are n sides, and each of them is 60 degrees, you divide by the 60 here, so the n equals 360 degrees divided by 60 degrees, that equals 6 sides. If there are 6 sides, you have an hexagon. All right? So the number of sides is 6, hexagon. And the number of angles is also 6. Remember also, guys, that the sum of the exterior and the interior angle is 180, right? Remember that? So if you know if the exterior angle is 60, then the interior angle is 120. Good? Or the interior angle now will be 120. Remember that. The sum of the interior and exterior is always 180 degrees. All right. If the sum of the interior angles of a polygon is 4 right angles, what does 4 right angles mean? 4 right angles mean 4 times 90 degrees, right? This means 4 times 90 degrees, which is 360 degrees. So the total interior angles is 360 degrees. Then again, we have a 4-sided polygon, right? A quadrilateral, right? So we have a polygon, a quadrilateral. So this one is a quadrilateral we have again. So like a square, for example. 4 right angles is a square. All right, or a rectangle. All right, that's it. Up here, coming to some circles now. Circular measure. This one says, if the circumference of a circle is 15, then the length of the minor arc, that's the minor arc over here, is equal to what? Now remember, arc length is a fraction of the circumference, right? The arc is a fraction of the circumference. So this arc length is equal to a fraction. What fraction? 120 over 360 times the circumference. So we'll put 2 pi r here in the formula. After the circumference, we put in there. Times the circumference. It's just that we know that the circumference is 2 pi r. All right? So they tell you what the circumference is now. They tell us this is 15. So we're looking for 120 over 360 times 15. So that arc length becomes equal to 120 over 360 times the circumference of 15. We're looking for this now. 120 over 360 times 15. See there? B. That is it. But good? Let's stand them too easy. Let's continue. Make sure I get them right on the examiner. This one, this diagram is item 32 refers to this diagram as a sector of a circle. The sector angle is 60, where this is R. Question said the area is what? Remember now, area again of a sector is a fraction of the circumference. So the area of a sector is theta over 360, that's a fraction, times the area of the circle would have been pi r squared. So the area of a sector is a fraction, this fraction of the circumference. And this theta is the angle inside here. So the theta is that. So this becomes equal to 60 over 360 times pi r squared. 60 over 360 is 1 over 6. 1 over 6 times pi r squared. 1 over 6 pi r squared. Be careful now. See here, 1 over 6 pi r squared is this one. But all right so far? Everything is so far, right? Everything is so far. Let's continue. Huh? Huh? Come on, we can't read the take notes. We fly through this. I will focus on for the doing questions. These questions you guys should have done all of them already. You should have done all these questions before. So I gave you all those papers, those 33 papers to do it. So this is supposed to be an easy flowing session. Because you should have done all these questions before. I give you the questions and I give you the solutions for all these questions already. All right? So this is just additional backup work, supplementary work for you to solidify what we're doing. That's all that this is really. This question I give another sector again. It says if the length of the minor arc, is 8. They tell you the length of this minor arc over here. It is 8. What is the length of the circumference? Remember again, the arc is a fraction of the circumference. That's all. And the angle here says 60 degrees. So what do you know? Watch this now. You know that 60 over 360 times the circumference is equal to 8. That's what it means. You know? That's what it means. 60 over 360 times the circumference is equal to 8. Because the question tells that it is 8. So that's why you're setting up. This means that 1 over 6 times the circumference is equal to 8. So the circumference, you multiply the 6 up here. So the circumference becomes 8 times 6 or 6 times 8. 68 is 40. So the circumference is 48 centimeters. See it right here, so 48. But that's not working out. So they tell you that the circumference, the arc length is 8, but this would be the formula for the arc length. A fraction of the circumference. They are now asking us for the circumference. We call it the C, the circumference. So we are calling circumference C. See it here? Calling the circumference C. That's what we're calling it, C, in that calculation. The length of the circumference. All right? That is it. The reverse calculation in that sense. This question said, the area of a triangle is 30. This is a question right here now. The area of a triangle is 30 centimeters square and the base is 10. What is the height? Very easy question. Set up the formula. Area is half base times height. And I tell that the area is 30. Huh? 6? You don't know, I work it out. It looks so. Half the base times the height is equal to 30, don't it? And the base is 10, right? Half the base times the height is 10. So 5 times the height is 30. It's correct. Divided by the 5, the height equals 6. What do you go to that? We just have to be able to work it out in case they change the values or change something. We don't know what they might change. Next time I get the height and ask for the base. You get me? We have to be able to do all of that. See, same question here again. This time they said the area of a triangle is now 60. They give us the area of a triangle now is 60. See the 60 here, so centimeters squared. And the base is now 12 centimeters. What is the perpendicular height? So the same calculation, guys. Half the 12 times the height equals 60. Half of 12 right here says 6 times the height equals 60. Divided by the 6, the height equals 10 now. So this is the height, 10. So the same question with different values on a different exam paper. All right? Same question, different values. All right, let's continue down here. Some more circular measures. So item 35, refer to the following diagram, which shows a circle, center O, and a major and a minor sector. So the major sector is over here, the minor sector is down here. Together, they form the circle, they add up to form the circle. All right, so if this angle inside says she is 60 degrees. What is the angle of the major sector around here? So what is this angle around here? 300, right? Don't it? And the total angle around the center point is 360. So the angle inside here says 60, the angle out here says 300. All right? It says if the area of the major sector now, they're giving us the area of the major sector. If the area of the major sector is 550, then the area of the circle is what? Remember again, the sector is a fraction of this of the area of the circle. The area of the sector is a fraction of the area of the circle. The key thing is that the area, the angle around here, so it's 300. The major sector angle is 300. So you know that 300 over 360 times the area of the circle we're trying to find, the area of the circle. That's what we're trying to find, the area of the circle. We're calling that A. Call the area of the circle A. Is equal to 515. That's what we're calculating. 515. All right? And then this now becomes 5 over 6. Okay, divide this by 60 and divide this by 60, it becomes 5 over 6. Divide this by 60, it becomes 5. Divide this by 60, it becomes 5. It becomes 6, sorry. So then you know that to do the final calculation, you can take this 6, multiply it up here, take this 5 and divide it under here. To get the area. So the area of the circle becomes 515 times 6 divided by 5. Huh? 618? Yeah, something bigger than that. All right. So you do 5 into this goes 1 time. 5 into 500 goes 103. 103 times 6. 6 times it. 6 times the 100 is 600 and 6 times the 3 is 18. Good. 618 for true. 618. All right, good. But that's the calculation just in case, guys. We don't want to be memorizing these things. All right, just in case they change something. Because I might ask about the next question and tell you the minor sector next time. I might tell you what this is next time. All right. So that is it. The key thing with this one is to know that the major sector angle is actually 260 minus this one. And then to calculate the major sector area is a major sector angle over 360. All right. And you set up that equation and solve. So a similar question here. What they give us this one, same sector, major and minor. This time we're working on the arcs, right? The angle around here again is 300 degrees. 300 degrees is the angle around here. It says if the area of the minor sector is 103, see it? Or they give us the area of the minor sector. That's the one you're doing first. If the area of the minor sector is 103 centimeters squared, then the area of the circle is what? So it says this question over here gave us a major one, or they give us the minor one over here. So I think it's the same. Domain sharp is the same sector. So we know that the area of the minor sector will be 60 over 360 times the area of the circle, which is what they want. They want the area of the circle. That will be equal to 103. Is what they have said. All right. So this got the same circle, you know. So you divide this by 60, you get 1. Divide this by 60, you get 6. So you take this 6 now, multiply up here. So you're going to get that the area of the circle becomes 103 times the 6 that we multiplied up here. So we get the same answer, the same circle, 618. So the question on the same circle, guys. So sometimes I do these questions, you realize that the set questions on the same shapes. Over here, in the diagram, the same shape again, but now that people are question on the arc. In the diagram, the length of the corresponding major arc is 50, is 40. What is the circumference? Let's go again. In the diagram, the length of the corresponding major arc, FE, that's this one over here, the major arc. They're telling us that that arc length is 40 centimeters. And what the circumference, again, we're going to call it circumference C. And then we know that the major arc is around is 360, the sector angle for the major arc around here is 300 degrees. Because the total angle around the circle is 360, around the center point is 360. So we know that 300 degrees over 360, 300 over 360 times the circumference of the circle, they tell us that it is 40. It's equal to 40. What is this? Divide it by 60, you get 5. Divide it by 60, you get 6. Trying to find the C. Multiply the 6, divide under the 5. So the C becomes equal to 40 times the 6 over the 5. 5 into 1, 5 was 1 times 5 into 40 was 8. 8 times 6 is 48. So that thing is 48. It's a circumference. I guess it's the same circle again. So 60, let's put out up one circle. They said all the questions are on the same circle. But good so far? All right. Different kind of question now. Speed, time, and so on. This one says if a boat, if it if it took a speedboat 9 hours to travel a distance of 1,080 kilometers, what is the average speed? Simple. Average speed equal the distance traveled over the time taken. Average speed equal distance over time. All right. And that distance must be so. Let's put this out here. So distance I tell us is 1080 kilometers over a time of 9 hours. So 1080 divided by 9 is what? 12. This into this goes 12 times 12, and that 0 makes 120. That becomes 120 kilometers per hour. So the answer right here is 120 kilometers per hour. See, it did say kilometers per hour right here. That is it. So easy equal distance over time question. Next one. If the length of a side of a triangle is x, 2x, and 2x, if the perimeter is 20, what is the value of x? Simple. Sum of the sides is perimeter, right? Is that x plus 2x plus another 2x. That's the perimeter of the thing. That's equal to 20. That's 5x equals 20. Divided by the 5, the x equals 4. So the x is simple 4. This is a very easy question. Yes, one question super easy. But go to that. All right. That page is done. Next one over here. A square has the same area as a rectangle. A square has the same area as a rectangle with sides of length 9 and 16 centimeters. What is the length of the side of a square? So basically, got the same area, right? Same area. So we can say area of the square, can do it right here, so. Area of the square equals area of the rectangle. Now the area of the square, we're going to call it x squared. Equals the area of the rectangle is 9 times 16. All right? And the question is asking for the length of one side of the square. So we're basically trying to find x. We're going to call the length of one side of a square x. So like this is our square. We'll call it each side x. All right? So the area of the square equals the area of the rectangle that I told us about, with sides 9 and 16. And we're trying to find the x. So to find the x, we can just square root both sides. We don't have to work this out first, you know. We can just square both sides. So the x equals the square root of 9 times 16. The square root of the 9 is 3. The square root of the 16 is 4. 3 fours is 12. So x equals 12. The length of one side. So I multiply these two and get 144, and the square root of 144 is 12. Then go ahead and do that as well. All right? Same question down here now. It said a square has the same perimeter now. So you see the difference? That's why you have to pay attention, guys. So this one said same area. Now they're saying same perimeter. It's almost the same question, just that this 16 becomes 15. That is odd. All right? So the perimeter now is the same. So the perimeter of the square is now equal to the perimeter of the rectangle. Let me draw the rectangle. Well, a different rectangle state. So the perimeter of the square is 4x, don't it? Perimeter of the square is 4x. And the perimeter of the rectangle is 2 times the sum of these two sides. 9 and the 15. 9 and 15 is how much? 9 and 15 is how much? 24. So 4x equals 2 times 24. I divided this by 4. So x equals 8, don't it? No, not 8. It's divided by 24 is 6. 2 6 is 12. So it becomes 12. X is 12. And so the same square we're talking about, really. I'll get 12 over here, so that is 12. Very good. Very good. All right. Huh? All right. All right. All right. Good. So say, have a careful, guys. Right? Have a careful. The only good thing that about it, the two answers is 12. It's the only good thing. That's what I say in this one. A square has the same perimeter of a rectangle with length 15 and 11. So this one now 15 and 11. What is now the area of the square? This one now asking for the area. This one was asking for the length of a side. So it was asking for x. Now this is asking for the area. No, this one is now asking for the area. Area they're asking for, which is x squared. The area is x squared. All right? And they tell us that the perimeter are the same perimeter. Let's go again. So the perimeter of the square equals the perimeter of the rectangle. Perimeter of the square is 4x, using the same square that we have up here. So same kind of square, 4x. That's equal to the perimeter of the rectangle becomes 2 times the sum of these two sides. 2 times the 11 plus 15. All right? 11 plus 15 is how much? It becomes 4x equals 2 times 26. So if I divide both sides by this 26 is 2 times 30. This 26 is 2 times 30. So the 4 cancel these 2, the x equals 30. Anyway, you want to look at it. X equals 30. So the x equals 30, then it means that the area, this means that the area equals x squared, which is 13 squared, which is 169. So the answer is 169. But after that, hope about the 26 inside here. So all right. So if we say 2x equals 26 first, let me shift this up. This is 2x equals 26 first, and then x equals 30. And then we go across there. All right. This one said the circumference of a circle is 154. Give that pi is 22 over 7. The radius of a circle in centimeters is. So they tell you what the circumference is. So basically we are saying the circumference we know is 2 pi r, right? The circumference. All know is 2 pi r. And they tell us that that equals 154. So setting up that equation. 2 pi r is equal to 154. All right? And they're trying to find this r. So it becomes 2 times 22 over 7 times the r equals 154. So it's basically just canceling this down until you find the r. All right? Cancel down until you find the r. So if you divide it out step by step, you can divide a side there by 2. Divide side by 2. We're going to get 77. You divide this one by 11. You're going to get 2. Divide it by 11. you're gonna get 7. And you take that 7 here, so multiply it up here, so and divide by this 2. So just cancel it down. The R becomes equal to 7 times 7 over 2. That's 49 over 2, which is what? 24.5? 24.5 right here. That is it, 24.5. But good, that's it. So you've got to cancel. Set up the equation and cancel it. All right. This one says the distance around a lake is 8 kilometers. Distance around it is the circumference, guys. It's 8 kilometers on a map. This distance around the lake represents a length of 2 centimeters. So we know the scale of 2 centimeters to 8 kilometers. That's what it is. The scale of the map is what? So we can set up this way. Map to lake. It's 2 centimeters on the map to 8 kilometers on the lake. First, we're going to divide it by 2 and then 1 centimeter to 4 kilometers. So this guy, what is 4 kilometers in centimeters? It's 400,000. Right? So the answer is this one. If you don't know, I can convert it to meters first. I said 1 centimeter to 4,000 meters. And then from meter to centimeter, I want the two sides have the same unit, you know. You get it to meters. So here we multiply by 1,000 first. Here we multiply by 1,000. To go from kilometers to meters. And then now to go from meters to centimeters, multiply by 100. You're going to see that 1 centimeter now. So 400,000 centimeters. And you can drop off the units and left with this 1 to 400,000. So that is. Remember, a ratio, you treat the map scale like a ratio. Ratios can be multiplied or divided by any constant value or by any constant unit of measure. So when I get the two sides to become centimeters, we say we can divide both sides by the centimeters and leave with the numbers. All right? This correct is it. Simple as that. This one down. Nope, up here. This one says the distance around the edge of a circle upon is 88. The radius is 1. So remember now, the distance around the point is the circumference. This means that 2 pi r is equal to 88. And they're trying to find the r. So we're going to take the 2 pi and divide it under here. So the r becomes equal to 88 divided by 2 pi. They're leaving that in the answer. See them right here, so? They have not simplified or anything. That is the answer there. That's why they do the question, look at the answers. Don't go working, just go looking at the answers. All right? That's it. This one says, the area of a rectangle is 53.6 centimeters. If the length is multiplied by 4 and the width is half, the area would then be, so like this, it's like we have a rectangle. And it has a length. And it has a width. In this rectangle, you know that the length times the width is equal to 53.6. Then I take this rectangle and make some changes to it. Then length the width, extend the length by 4 times. So they extend it like this and shorten the width. It's not to scale. So like the length becomes 4L and the width is half what it was, half W. All right? So this area now of this one is now this times this. Is now 4L times half W. 4 times half is 2. So it becomes 2 times LW. Or remember, the LW is 53.6. So this therefore becomes 2 times 53.6, which is 107.2. This one. Gotta go to that. That is that question. All right. Very good. All right. Next question says, perimeter of a square is 56. So the perimeter is 56 and a square. It can basically say 4x equals 56. That's all. 4x equals 56. And let's say what is the area? So you're trying to find x squared. Area becomes x squared. You're trying to find x squared. So the area is x squared. So we need x first. So divided by 2 first, you could get 2x equals half of 56 is 28. And divided by 2 again, you get x equals 14. Half of 28 is 14. So x now becomes, area becomes x squared, which is 14 squared. And 14 squared is 196. So that becomes the area. That's that. All right. Very good so far. Next one. Perimeter of a square is 40. What is here? Same question, you know. So again, this means that 4 times the length equals 48. Divide by 4, you get x equals 12. And so the area then is equal to x squared, which is equal to 12 squared, which is 144. So this one is 144. Same question with different values. Same question with different values. All right, from a different exam paper. That is it. Let's continue down. Going to some compound shapes now. It says the area of a triangle is 60 and the base is 12. What's the perpendicular? We did this one already, right? We did this one already, don't it? Half the base of 12 times the height that we don't know is equal to 60. This means 6 times the height equals 60. And so the height is equal to 10. So we did this one already. Over here. You have a triangle is 60 and the height is 10. What's the length of the base? Same thing. Half the base times the height of 10 is equal to 60. Half the base is equal to 6. And so multiplied by the 2, the base is equal to 12. So the base is equal to 12. How did I get this? Because I'm going to divide both sides by 10 to get 6 over here. So, all right. So anyway, you could do half of the 10 is 5. And then 60 divided by 5 is 12. So that is 12. Same question we did earlier. All right, compound shape. Compound shapes. So compound shape. Look at this compound shape question now. I like to set this one. It says, if the total area of the diagram is 63 centimeters square, what is the value of h, the height of the rectangle? What did they say about it though? They say refer to the diagram below, which consists of a triangle resting on top of a square. So this thing is a square. So if it's a square, we know that all the sides are equal to this one, don't it? 7. So we can put that on. This is 7 centimeters, 7 centimeters. And the whole across here, so it's also 7 centimeters. So the area down here says 49, don't it? Area of the rectangle is equal to 7 squared. It's 49. Right? 49. Area of the, put it out here, so. So here, you can say the area of the rectangle is 7 squared. 7 times 7, which is 49. If the area of the rectangle is 49, then the area of the triangle up here is 63 minus 49, don't it? That's all. But I agree that the total area is 63 and the square is 49. Then the triangle top at the top of our area of 63 minus 49, don't it? So up here, the area of the triangle becomes 63 minus 49 minus that, which is 14. And you're trying to find the height where the base is 7. So we know down here that the area of the triangle is half the base of 7 times the height h. And that's equal to 49. So we're really working out right here. No, it's 14. The area of the triangle is 14, not 49. 14, Mr. Shaw. We just said it was 14. This is equal to 14. So you're solving this for the h. So we can multiply by 2 and then divide on the 7, you're going to get 4. So the h equals 14 times 2 divided by the 7 under here. 7 to this goes 1 times 7 into this goes 2 times 2, 2 is 4. I could have 14 times 2, 28, 28 divided by 7 is 4. So this height equals 4 centimeters. Right here, 4 centimeters. What I to that? All right. Let's look at another one. Similar kind of question. This one says the same question, same shape, and asking us something different. All right, the question says, refer to the figure below which shows a triangle on top of a square. So this is a square, that's a square. All right, so this is a square, and again, all the sides equal 5. It's across here, so it's 5, but it's a square. He said, the length of one side of the square is 5 centimeters, and the height of the triangle is 4 centimeters. What is the total area of the figure? So total area of the figure is the area of the square plus the area of the triangle, right? I have all the dimensions. Total area is the area of the square plus the area of the triangle. Area of the square is just 5 times 5, or 5 squared, plus the area of the triangle is half the base of 5 times the height of 4. Half base times height. That's 25 plus, becomes half of the 4 is 2, 2, 5 is 10. That becomes 35. So the area of the total area of the shape is 35. Easy stuff. That's what I ask over here. Over here now, what they tell us, let's brighten up some of this information. It says if the area of the triangle is 14, they're telling us now that the area of the triangle on top is 14. Area of the triangle on top is 14. So they give us this area of the triangle here. It's 14 centimeters squared. That's the area of the triangle on top is 14. What is the area of the compound shape? The one the area of the whole shape. Now, it's the same shape. This is still a square, right? This is still a square. All right? So what the area of the whole shape? Now, to find the area of the whole shape, we're going to need to find this base. Which become the length of each side of the square. Let me just leave it like this. Each side becomes x. So we're going to find that base. So based on what they have said, the other triangle on top is 14. 14. So up here, the area of the triangle will be half the base times the height, and that's 14. So we can say half x times 4 is equal to 14. So the x is 7, right? Because half of this 4 is 2. And divide 214, you get 7. So the x is equal to 7 centimeters. Well, the x is equal to 7 centimeters, meaning the area of this rectangle now is equal to 7 squared, which is 49. So the total area becomes 49 plus the 14 up here, so that the area was, right? Remember that I say the area of the triangle, tell us is 14. So adding up these two now to get the total area. It's the same question, you know, same shape. So it means that the total area is equal to the area of the triangle on top plus the area of the square, which is 14 plus 49, which becomes 63. So this is the 63 answer right here. Answer B. No matter what the rest is, that's the correct answer. All right, that's it. But I'm working on, right? Straightforward. This question easy, don't it? This time easy. Easy stuff. Easy stuff. This one says item below. Item 38 refers to the diagram below, not drawn to scale, which is a cuboid. And they give us this dimension as 5. All right. Question says the volume of a cuboid is 320 and the height is 5. It says if the cuboid has a square base, what's the length of the side of the base? So the square base, like we can call this side x, call this side also x. Remember, volume is cross-sectional area times the height, right? So it becomes the area of the base times the height. So the volume set up like this. Volume equals area of the base times that height. The area of the base is x squared. So I want to know the length of one side, which is x. So that volume is 320. So the area of the base times the height equals 320. The area of the base is x squared times the height is 5. That's equal to 320. What is that? So 320 divided by 10 would be 160, or divided by 5 instead. So how much is that? Divided by 5, how much again? Really locked in. 64. 5 divided by 10, you get 32. Sorry, divided by 10, you get 32. What did I say earlier? If you divide it by 10, you get in 32. But when you divide it by 5, so you get in 64. So x squared equals 64. If x squared equals 64, then x equals the square root of 64. X is equal to 8. So the answer right here says 8. That is it. Same question over here. Similar question over here. Cuboid again. Same area, 320. The height is 8 this time. They don't tell the height this time. But telling how the length of the square base is 8 centimeters. Again, it's a square base. And it's 8 centimeters. Another one to find the height. So the same question, the same information, and they reversed it. So the same thing. The volume is the area of the base times the height. So the area of the base is 8 squared. So 8 squared times the height is equal to the volume of 320. So the height equals 320 divided by this 8 squared, which is 64. That one will give it the same 5 if we divide it out. So the height is 5. So it's really the same shape. They put on a different question and just reverse the information. Right? CSEC reducing the amount of work they have to do. I give them the same information. That question is, take out one unknown and give you back another one and so on. Very lazy people. Very lazy. Very lazy. All right, next content. Students have 3 more pages of questions. Then one got the January, the 2026, 2025, 2024. So we take a break. All right, let's go. This one says, at a party, the number of guests. At a party, a number of guests were served 15 liters. This question, that question, them set all the time, reverse calculation again. You notice that on the past papers? I think this question have 50 guests. If I remember the question, but let's see. Oh, you have to work it out. Because if you change it, you have to be able to work it out. All right. So at a party, a number of guests were served 15 liters of champagne. That's a total champagne share, 15 liters. Each guest had 2 glasses of champagne, and each glass held 150 liters. Assuming no spillage, how many guests were at the party? So the total number of glasses, the total is this, right? And each guest had 2 glasses. So let's say that there are n guests. So let's say the number of guests is n. How many guests were there? Let's say let's say n. Call it n. Okay, do it another way now. So total serve was 2 times 150. Right? Because each guest had that number of glasses. 2 times 150. That's a total serve. 2 times 150. Right? Each guest got 2 times 150 milliliter, don't it? Each guest got that. But I can say that because each guest had 2 glasses. So each got 2 times 150 mil, which is 200 mil. But the total was 15 liters. Now, 15 liters is 15,000 milliliters. And this is the milliliters, right? Total served equals 15,000 milliliters. It's right here, so this figure right here. It's 15,000 milliliters. So if each guest got 200 and the total serve was 15,000, the number of guests is this divided by what each one got. So the number of guests equals 15,000 total divided by the amount that each person got, 200. That works out to be 50 guests. That's 50 guests. And that's it. 50 guests. So I'm telling you now, 50 guests now. See, then give one question. 50 guests, the same question now. Had 2 glasses each, at 100 glasses. Says each glass held 150 milliliters. How many liters was served? So they're asking how many liters was served. So total served equals 50 guests times 2 glasses each times each glass had 150 ml. That's it. I put 5 instead of 50. It's supposed to be 50. 50 guess, not 5. 50. Right? That's the calculation. For the total that was served. 50 guess, each of them had 2 glasses, so that's 100 glasses. And each glass had 150 milliliters. That's going to give it a total served. That's 100 times 150. That's 15,000 milliliters. But I want it in liters, if we divide by 1,000. So divide by 1,000, you get 15 liters. It's the same question, same information, but the reverse calculation for us. That is it. All right? That is that. Next question says, some time flying distance now. On leaving Trinidad, time on a pilot's watch is 23 hours. This means 1 hour before midnight, right? 23 hours. 24 hours in a day, ends at midnight. When you arrive at the destination, the same time zone on the next day is what was waiting 3 hours. Same travel for 4 hours, don't it? Make sense? This was 1 hour before midnight, and that is 3 hours after midnight. Same travel for 4 hours, right? How many hours did he travel? 4 hours. But I get that. This is not in a calculation. 4 hours. 4 hours. Let's put some calculations here. 23 to 24. That's 3 hours so far. No, that's 1 hour. 1 hour. My mistake. 1 hour. And then, and it start the next day, 24 hours. And then 0, 0, 0 to 0, 3, 0, 0. That's 3 hours. That add up to 4 hours. And this midnight becomes 0, 0, 0. This is the same as 0, 0, 0. And the next day start. So we're one day in the next one start, same time. That is it. All right. This question says, I'm leaving Trinidad at the time on a pilot watch is 23 hours again. When you arrive at the destination, same time zone on the next day, it showed 3 hours, that's 4 hours of travel again. If the average speed, all right, so this based on this now, the time of travel, based on this information, time equals 4 hours. All right, based on these times. Time of travel is 4 hours. If the average speed of the aircraft for the entire journey is 620 kilometers per hour, then the distance is what? No, speed equals distance over time. So distance equals P times time, multiply the time up here. So distance equals P times time. And the speed is 66, the speed is 625, and the time is 4. Multiplying that. That's right. 625 kilometers an hour by 4 hours. That don't look right. Something. Oh, the answer don't so part D missing. See? The D answer not there. Another them the tree on the right. So you're supposed to work that out. So it becomes 625 times 4. Third answer is 2. Oh, answer here, 25. So here, 2, 625, 25. Think big enough, 25. Answer here, 25. That is it. Yeah, 600 times 4 is 2400. And then 4 times 25, it's 25. That is it. And I'm tired today. Tired. It says an aircraft leaves A at 1600 hours and arrives at B at 1930. That's three and a half hours, that right? That's 3.5 hours. So based on this times 16 to 1930. The 30 means 30 minutes. 30 means half an hour. That. It's 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours. That's what that is. All right. Traveling at an average speed of 550 kilometers per hour. A to B are in the same time zone. The distance, same thing. Distance equals speed times time. So the speed is 550. Time is 3.5. So multiply those out. What that look like? Huh? This is this one. 1925. All right. 1925. They can just multiply these two figures and work it out. I whatever way you want. Can do the 3 times the 550 first, and then do half of the 550. And do it that way, then add them up. I can do calculator now. I can set out the normal way. 3.5 times 550. I multiply them on to learn from primary school like that. Good. Next one says, a man leaves his home at 22:15 hours and reaches destination at 04 hours on the following day. Says in the same time zone. How many hours did he travel? So let's go. So 22:15, right? You need 45 minutes to reach 23 hours, don't you? You need another 1 hour to reach 24 hours. Then you need another 4 hours to reach 4 hours the next day. So total time travel is 5 hours, 45 minutes. 45 minutes is 3/4 of an hour, don't it? So this one. Total time travel. 5 hours and 45 minutes. That is it. We add it up like that. All right. Easy, easy, easy stuff. Easy. One more page. 2 more pages. Right? This one I have one question on that page. Let's go. This one says, a rectangular garden plot 15 meters long by 12 is used to plant fruits and vegetables. It says 80 meters squared of the plot is used for vegetable. What area is used for the plant, for the fruits? So the total area is this times this, right? And taking out 80 out of it. 12 times 15 is the total area. So you can say area for the fruit, let's just call it area, if it's equal to area of the total minus the area of the vegetable, don't it? Right? That's the area of the fruit. Oh, now the area of the total is 15 times 12. 15 times 12. Minus the area of the vegetable is 80. 80. 15 times 12 is how much? 15 times 12 is what? 180? That's 180 minus 80. So it's 100 left for fruits right here. 100 left for fruits. What do you go to that? Total area minus area of the vegetable. Total area is 15 times 12. 150 plus 30. That's it, make 180. You multiply these two, your child. If I have 15 times 12, right? I can say, okay, this 15 is the same as 10 plus 5 times the 12, right? 10 times the 12 is 120, and then 5 times the 12 is 60. I can do the other way. 15 times 12. The 12 is same as 10 plus 2, so it's 15 times 10 plus 2. 10 times 15 is 150. 2 times 15 is 30. Add them, you get 180. So sometimes we do that kind of in the head. I just multiply them out as you learn. Like so. 15 times 12. 2 times 5 is 10 carry 1. 2 ones 2 plus 1 make 3. 0. 1 times 5 is 5. 1 times 1 is 1. 180. So whichever way you want to do it, that is it. Multiply it to. All right. This one says the volume of a cube with edge 6 centimeters is 6 times 6 times 6, right? Volume equal 6 times 6 times 6. That's how much? 216. That's 36 times 6. 216. But 6 times the 30 is 180. And 6 times the 6 is 36. See? 216. That add up to 216. All right. What of a cube of 3 centimeters? No, that's going to be 27. Volume is going to be 3 times 3 times 3, which is 27. Easy question. Yes, that's what they're setting on the multiplier paper sometimes. This one, volume of a cube of 10. Same thing, they're just changing the value. It's 10 times 10 times 10. That's 1,000. 1,000. Same question with different values. This one earlier. 2,500 millimeters expressed in meters divided by 1,000, right? Becomes 2,500 millimeters is 2,500 divided by 1,000 meters. That's 2.5 meters right here. All right. Same thing here, sir. This amount of milliliters divided by 1,000 again to get to the meters. Divided by 1,000. That's 3,800 divided by 1,000 meters. 1, 2, 3. Put this 1 point right between 3 and the 8. That is it. Next one. It took a speedboat 9 hours to travel a distance of 180. What is the average speed? This one already. Right? Average speed equal distance over time. The distance is 108. 0 over time of 9. 9 to this goes 1 time minus this goes 12. Is 0 come back here, so just 120. So we did this one earlier to familiar. Yes, we did this one earlier, sure. All right, next question over here now. And I want to look at the thing. What time is it? 5. What time is that? 4? I'm going to do all this. All right. When we look at the past paper, speak to see if there are new questions. Speak and fast. This one gives us the shape. It shows a compound shape made up of a rectangle and two identical semicircles. So these two semicircles combine make a circle, right? Can look at it that way. These two semicircles over here, this one and this one, combine into a circle. All right. Said the area of the compound shape above in terms of pi is what? The area of the compound shape. We're gonna need the area here, so To find the radius, so we need the radius. All right, so everything identical and symmetrical, right? So we're going to break down this dimension. So watch this now. The total length across here so is 27. And inside us so a 15. It means that the remaining piece out here, from here so to here so, that becomes the radius of this, don't it? And this length is the same as over this, over here so. That length. So that length is going to be 27 minus 15 divided by 2. What I agree with that? Because the two sides add up to 27 minus 15 and them equal. What can I agree with that? So this length right here, so it's 27 minus 15 divided by 2. 27 minus 15 is 12 divided by 2 is 6. This is 6 centimeters. So what is our 6 centimeters too? Can check it. 6 and 6 are 12. Inside are 15. Now, if the radius of this thing is 6, then it means that this diameter here so is 12, don't it? Agreed? So distance straight across here so is 12. Because this right here so is 6. So this now the radius is 6 centimeters. So it means that this distance across here so is 12 centimeters. Why do I need that? I need to calculate the area of the rectangular section in there. I don't want the total area. Right? So let's go now of the dimensions. So total area equals area of the rectangle plus the 2 half circle becomes a circle, don't it? Plus the area of the circle. Circle is 2 half circles. Circle is 2 semicircles. 2 times area of a semicircle. What we have are semicircles. Or the 2 times area of a semicircle, you get area of 1 circle. The area of the rectangle becomes 15 times 12. 15 times 12 plus. Here are the semicircle, here are the circle now is pi r squared. Pi times the radius squared. That is it. Pi r squared. Right? Remember, you have a circle. It's pi r squared. That's what we're using right here. All right, what does this become? This becomes 180 plus this becomes 36 pi. Got these answers. So write the one in with the 36 and factorize the 36. But this 180 is the same as 10 times 18 first, which is the same as 36. 5 times 2 times 18. 2 times 18 is 36, right? So at 180 is the same as 5 times 36. This 180, I mean, is the same as 36 times 5 plus 36 pi. Hello? So, huh? All right, cool. So you factorize the 36, you're going to get 5 plus, I'm in class, 5 plus pi. So 36 into 5 plus pi. And that is it right there. But good. But I started working out on this question. I think this is the most lengthy one we have done so far. It's the last one. But all right. All right. So I'm going to take the next couple of minutes and run through the past papers, right? recent past paper to see if we're seeing a question that we don't go through yet. I have statistics next after a break. Um, all right, let's look at the January papers first. Let's look at the January papers first. All right, so January 2026, that's this year. Let's look what is on that paper in the measurement section. So we've been working on this paper, looking in the measurement section. So this is one. It's one right here, so. It says the line OB is referred to as a radius, won't it? OB is a radius. All right, this one is. So this one is a radius. OB is a radius. That's what they're asking me for. Easy. It says if the circumference is 15, then the length of the minor arc is what? So circumference is 15, they ask us for the length of the minor. So the length of the minor arc is a fraction of the circumference, don't it? So we did this one already, right? Don't it? I think we did this one already. Fraction. The angle is 120. So it's 120 over 3, this one. 120 over 3 6 times. So we did that one already. This one says a water tank has a volume of 170,000 cm cube. The capacity of a tank in liter divided by 1,000, right? But you know that 1,000 cm cube is 1 liter, don't it? So if you have cm cube and you want liter divided by 1,000, so that becomes this one. Divided by 1,000. What is that? All right. We did this one already. The vegetable and the thing. So you say the same question. They wanted the vegetable. What is the area of plot of land not used for vegetable? So not used for vegetable is the same 100, right? 8 is used for vegetable, so not used for vegetable. I think a while ago we did fruits. The same question, the same question with the fruits I would just did. Aircraft left at 1600. We did this question a while ago too. Did that one. Distance around a lake. Yeah, we did this one. Answer was down here, so 8 kilometers and 2 centimeters. We did that one as well. We also did this question. This question we did it 2 different ways. We actually found the length was 8 on the base. And when they gave us the height as 5. So we did that one. You have a triangle is that and the base, we did that one as well. So you see that these questions are repeated a lot of times. Right? So we did that one already. Let's look again. Let's look again. Let's look again. Next one. 2025. 2025 January. Let's look at 2025 January. We see a question on there that we have not yet covered. Around here. All right. So we did a question like this, just to give us height as 21, right? We do one like this, don't it? Whether it was 20, I think we did one whether it was 20. They're asking us for the volume. So for this one, the volume would be pi r squared h. It is diameter is 6, then the radius is 3. So it will be pi times 3 squared times 21. So it will be 9 times 21. Pi times 9 times 21. What's 9 times 21? 9 times 20 is 180. Something around. Something. 9 times 9 to the 80. Why is not working out? Something is wrong. It is 21. Come on. That answer is not here. Pi r squared h. Or they tell you the pi 20 over 7. Okay, I put it pi 20 over 7. So I also have to do 22 over 7. My mistake. So I also have to do 22 over 7 with this one. That's the difference. Not in terms of pi. 22 over 7, we have to do as well. So it becomes 22 over 7 times 9 times 21. Okay, that is it. So 17 was 1 time, 17 was 3 times. And then multiplying those values, guys. 3 times 9 times 22. 3 times 9 times 22. That's 22 times 27. That's what you're multiplying. 22 times 27. That's what you're multiplying. 72 is 14. 72 is 4. Huh? I don't know. I work it out. 72 is 14. And 72 is 14. And 1 make 15. That's 0. 2 2 is 4. And 2 2 is 4 again. That's giving me 5 9 4. Right here. 5 9 4. All right. So this one you have to work it out because you have to use the pi. Rectangular plot of garden. Same question again. What is not used for me? This is the answer for this one again. The same 15 times 12 and you're taking out the 80. So the same 100 answer here. Same question. We did this one as well. Find the x, it was 4, but the perimeter is 20. So add up these three things and put equal 20 to find the x. And this one, we did this one already. This one they're asking us for millimeters now. We did it where they asked for centimeters. We did it where they asked for millimeters. This question. So in this one, we're going for millimeters, and we multiply this by 1,000. So it should be 410, it should be 210, it should be 180, and it should be 120. You're adding up those figures, I think get 900 and so, 920. And ask for it in millimeters. Another question I asked for it in centimeters, the perimeter in centimeters. So we did that one already. All along with a speedboat, we did this one earlier as well. All along with a speedboat, take to travel. So this is now it's the same question about the reverse calculation now. The reverse calculation. Gotta give it the speed. Give us the speed. So speed equal distance over time. So multiply the time and divide the speed. This question is asking over time. See? How long? Asking for the time. Time equal distance over the speed. The distance is now 1080 divided by 120. So you cancel these zeros first. You have 108 divided by 12, that is 9. That is 9. So the answer is 9 right here. Because 108 divided by 12, that is 9. All right, so that question come back and reverse it. This one these look different. These look different. Let's zoom in on these. These look different to me now. This one refer to the diagram shows a circle center O, the major sector, the minor sector are indicated. That's a minor sector, major sector. This angle is 90 degrees, guys. So that's quarter of a circle, and this is 3/4 of a circle. It's a quarter, 3/4. Simple. All right. They tell that the major sector area is this. They say if the area of the major sector is 115.5, then the diameter of a circle is what? They're asking for the diameter, and we must use pi equals 20 over 7. So diameter is 2 times the radius. Okay, I'll find the radius first, and then multiply by 2, right? You see it here now. So the major sector is 3/4 of the circle. Everybody realize this is 3/4? So it's 3/4 of pi r squared. 3/4 of the area of a circle is equal to this figure right here. It's equal to 115.5. That's what it is. 115.5. Unless I must use the pi as 20 over 7. So you see, we have to work it out. Use the pi as 20 over 7. So this is 3/4 times 22 over 7. You can change this to pi d squared over 4, you know, the r squared. You can change this. Oh no, pi d squared over 4 as well for area. Pi d squared over 4. You want the diameter? Pi times the diameter squared over 4. All right, work with the pi r squared. Forget about it. This is 22 over 7 times r squared equals 115.5. So we'll juggle them calculations and all, guys. Juggle them calculations and all. All right. So we're going to have to multiply out and divide this out. First, divide it to this goes 2 times, divide to this goes 11. I don't like these numbers. The way you're going to do it. That's what's working. This becomes 33. This becomes 14. I don't like these numbers at all. All right. So the r squared, what will it do? You have to just cancel it down. The r squared becomes equal to, I take these two figures and multiply it up here. So you're going to get 115.5 times 2 times 7, multiply by 2, multiply by 7, and then divide under the 3 and the 11. You cancel that out. After you cancel that out, you go and square root. All right? So listen, 115. This becomes 231. 231. 115.5 times 2, 231. Don't like these numbers at all. 231 times 7 over 3 times 8. 6 is wicked enough. This without a calculator. Man, this without a calculator. Oh, Jesus. 231 divided by 3 give you 77. So 3 into this was 1 time. 3 into this goes 77. And then 11 into this goes 1 time. 11 into 77 goes 7. And then 7 times 7 is 49. All right, so r squared equals 49. R squared equals 49 and r equals 7. If r equals 7, the diameter equals 14. We have to hold these still, so it doesn't have to take a time and cancel it down. So that is it. And that kind of working out though. Simple. Just put the expression for the area equal the figure that they tell you and solve. That's all they have to do. That's it. That's the bottom line. Recognize that this is 3/4 of the circle. So the area of 3/4 of the area of the circle equal the figure that they gave us. And they just basically transposing to find make R the subject. R becomes 7. So the diameter is 2 times 7 is 40. Don't put the diameter equal to, and you know they can change this question, ask for the radius instead. And then answer this 7 right here. So look out for stuff like that. All right. So you have to be able to cancel down the stuff, guys. Cancel down the stuff. So they can change this to that the radius and another question. You want to see everything I ask for the radius. And the answer will be the 7 right here. So look out for that. This one over here, sir. This one over here, sir, gives us a shape, a compound shape. So uniform cross section. This is the cross section and this. This is the cross section. Oh no, that is the cross section. But this side is the same shape as this side. All right? And the length of this shape now, the distance between the two sides, between the two ends. So it's an object with uniform cross section, solid geometry. It said the surface area of the solid is equal to, look at this now, guys. Surface area, you have to work this one out. Surface area, you can work out all the areas that are waste time. Remember, when you have an object with uniform cross section, total surface area is equal to the curved surface area plus the two end areas. You have to recognize that these are the two ends. These are the cross-section area of the thing. That's one cross-section area, and the other one is over that side. All right? So we'll say the curved surface area now. We're talking about the area of the spaces in between them around here. So talking about these faces. Area of these faces in between the two sides. these spaces in between here, bottom and the top. Nobody have time to work on all them here, them add them up. Waste of time. So let's use this quick method to do it. So the curved surface area times the two end areas. Curved surface area, the perimeter of the cross section times the length plus the two end areas. All right? What's the perimeter of the end? Let's work them out. The perimeter of the end is the perimeter of the cross section around here. So distance around there. And I have all the dimensions. This is 10. So this is also 10. Let's put the 10 on it. This is 12. This is 10 as well. Up here, so 10. This length is 13. This is 13. So the perimeter of a cross section is the sum of these sides. Around the cross section, that's the perimeter of the end. That's a P in my formula. All right, that's a P. We write it up here, so I'll go step by step. So the P in this, that's total surface area. Let's work it out in per. So the P in this formula, perimeter of the end, becomes this side over here, so which is 18. The 8 and the 10 is 18. Plus this side down here, so it's 12. This side here, so it's 12. Plus this side up here, so it's 10. Plus this edge up here, so it's 13. That's what you're adding up. You're adding up all of those to find the perimeter of the end. But that work out to know. So this right here, so it's 30. And 10 more make 40. So the two make 40. Plus 13 make 53. That's 53. The perimeter of the end is 53. 53. Then the L is the distance between the two cross-sectional ends. So the L is this side here, this length right here, so the L. The distance between the two ends. Remember, this is one end of the cross-sectional end. The other cross-sectional end is around the back. The distance between them is this length here, so 10. So the L in this formula is 10. So the L is equal to 10. Let's write it down. The L is equal to 10 centimeters. And then the A, the end area, the cross-sectional area, the area of this face over here, which is a combination of this triangle and this rectangle. Cross-sectional area, the A in this formula is the cross-sectional area. So the A in this formula becomes the area of the triangle at the top, which is half the base of 12 times the height of 8, plus the area of this rectangle, which is 10 times 12. 10 times 12 equals, what is work out to know? It's easy enough. So this is half of 12 is 660, it's 48, plus this becomes 120. So that looks like 168. 168. All right, 168. So we have all the information that we need. So this total surface area appears now. Let's see what we get. This total surface area now. Total surface area becomes perimeter of the end, which is this 53 times the length of the prism is 10 plus 2 times this area, 2 times the end area, 2A, 2 times the 168. That's what they're working out. That's what they're working out. So this becomes 530, 530 plus 2 times this, 2 times 168. You don't have to work it out. I will get 866 as the answer. This is the answer right here. 866. All right, 866. Some person might work out all the faces, but the easy way to do it is to remember this formula and work out the components. All right, so that's a different question. We did this one already too. I think this one different. It was 2 centimeters they gave us to 8. Now they give us 4 to 8. So now it's 4 centimeters to 8 kilometers. Divided by 4, you get 1 centimeter to 2 kilometers. So 2 kilometers is 200,000 centimeters. So it's 1 centimeter to 200,000 centimeters. So this becomes the answer now. So this is the same question. All right, I think we're done. Let's look at the January, June. Let's look at June. No, look at 2024. 2024. We see the question on there. 2024. 2024. So this question come back. This one come back. This one come back. This one. Yes, we did this one already. This was the answer. Down here. Another repeat. Everything on this page so far repeat. This one come back again. This one come back. All right, so all these questions are repeat. So good to go. Let's look at the June now. June, quick and fast. Quick and fast. Quick and fast. Quick and fast. All those questions repeat. Let's look at June. All right, 2025. 2025, June. 2025. Let's look and see if there are any questions. Question we have not yet touched on. Here's one. Triangle prism. So we did this one already up here. This one already. But this one, no, we have not touched this one before. It says the surface area of the triangular prism is a similar question. Surface area and perimeter of the end times the length. Same thing. Total surface area is curved surface area plus the two end areas. The curved surface area is the perimeter of the end times the length plus the two end areas. What's the perimeter of the end? Easy. This one kind of easier. But this length is the same as this. So this is 5 centimeters. So the P, let's write them out again. P is 5 plus 5 plus 6. This one kind of easy. Easier than the one I would do before. 5 plus 5 plus 6. That's 16. And the length is this 10. Distance between the two cross-sectional areas. Length is 10. Distance between the two ends. So the length is 10 in this one as well. 10. And then we need the curve, we need the end area now, which is the area of the triangle. And this height is 4, so this height is 4 as well. So based on this, the end area A is half the base of 6 times the height of 4. Height of 4. That's 12 centimeters squared. So that is 12 centimeters squared. So back to this formula now. That total surface area from the perimeter of the end, which is 16, times the length, which is 10, plus 2 times the end area, 2 times 12. What is your work out now? This is 160 plus 24. 160 plus 24 is just 184 right here, so 184. So that says 184. All right, we do trapezium them a lot. We discuss them up here as well. We did the party glass question, the 50 guests. All right, so we did all of that. All right. This tells us that the area of trapezium is 80. What is the height? After some of these two parallel sides times this equals 80. That's all. Half 12 plus the 20 times the height that we don't know is equal to 80. That's what you're solving. That's what you're solving. This is 6 plus 10 equals 80. So it's 80 H equals 80 divided by 16. And 6 and 10 is 16. 8 divided by 16. That's 5. 6, 5. Think it up. Or this shape again. See that setting this shape? No, guys. Look out for them. And another shape here again. And I ask you for the volume this time. The volume is the cross section here and the length. So for this one, the length is 10. We need to hear this cross section. All right. So the area of the cross section over here, the end area over here, is here this rectangular first. Is a rectangular or square. That square now on the side equal. So the area of cross section is 6 times 6 plus here the triangle on top is half. The base is 6 across here, and the height is 3. That's the cross section area. That's 36 plus 9. Half of 6 is 3. 3, 3 is 9. 36 and 9 is how much? 45. And so the volume equals length times the end area times the length. So it's 45 times 10. The length is 10. So it becomes 45 times 10, which is 450. So this is the answer for this one, 450. All right, that's that. Do some time question earlier. Let's skip over that one. All right. This is statistics, so I just look up 2024, I know what that be. 2024. 2024. See if there's anything on it. 2024. We did this question down here already. There's some other questions repeat again. So starting from here. I did this already up here. Did this one already. Length of a cube is 27. The length of a cube. So this one, on the reverse it. They tell that the cube is 27. It means that x cube equals 27. So x equals the cube root of 27. Which is 3 times 3 times 3. So the length of it is 3. Perimeter of a square is 48. What did you did that one already? Did this one already as well. Just the one like this a while ago. It's time now to tell the area 65. But a lot of questions like this and the change in the values, but the same calculation. This one, the area for the area sector, which I think is this one. And the 6 over 3, 6 becomes 1 over 6 pi r squared. This one, we did this one up here already too. Did this one down here as well. That is it. All right, so go take a 15-minute break. Huh? Huh? Which one? This? This? I'll go through this again. All right, let's go. So what happened is that the length in here says 15 and total length out here says 27. I know so everything's symmetrical. So these two pieces out here, the same length. Eh? Here so, and here so the same, right? So if the total length is 27 and inside it says 15, 27 minus 15 is how much? 12. So the total length of these two pieces is 12. And the two of them equal, so each of them must be 6. See that? So each of them is 6. So it means that right here so is 6 centimeters. And right here so is 6 centimeters. Right? And right, this is actually the radius of the circle. This 6 centimeters is the radius of the semicircle. So right here says 6 centimeters. Then it means that the diameter is 12. 6 and 6 is 12. See that? 12. So the total area then in blue. The area then is equal to, you have the rectangle in here, so which is 15 times 12. 15 times 12 plus two semicircle become a over circle, which is just pi r squared and raised to 6. So that, so this becomes 180 plus 36 pi. This 180 is same as 36 times 5 plus 36 pi. And then factorize the 36 out of it. So you get 5 plus pi in the bracket. See that? And that's why this is the answer. All right, I'm going to take a break now. Let's take a break and put up the clock. I take a 15 minutes break. Come in, come in, come in now. All right, guys, I'm going to do something. I go need 20 minutes, yeah? I need 20 minutes. So, yeah. Huh? For 5 minutes? Not too bad. Quick emergency. Let's go again. Statistics time, guys. Statistics time. So we have that hour and a half, right? To do the statistics. Let's go. I think this thing will shut off anytime. Stop. Always happens. Online, you back with me? We're back. Online, we're back.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about the wait. I had a little quick emergency. I want to go. But we're back. We have a good hour and a half. Well, an hour 15 minutes. I think. Let's see how much of the statistics we can do. If anything, what we can do is maybe continue with statistics tomorrow. The remaining topic, I think, can get through them relatively quickly tomorrow. All right. And we still have Wednesday, if necessary. Still have Wednesday. All right. Let's do some of these statistics. Let's start. All right. All right. Item 39 and 40 refer to the table, which show the number of books that 58 students bought, all right, at a sale. So these are the number of students. This must add to 58 out here. And these are the number of books. So basically, you want to identify your frequency, and these are your score. So the number of books bought is your data. It says the mode of the number of books bought is what? So the highest frequency is 13. So it means that 13 students bought 5 books. So the mode is 5 books. Don't go put 13 as the mode. The mode is a score, not a frequency. All right, so the mode is a 5, the value corresponding to the highest frequency. Then it says the median number of books bought is what? No, the median is the number of books in the middle of the distribution. All right, so remember there are 58 out here, 58 total. The total number of students. So like you take the 58, right, and divide it half and half. 58 divided by 2 is how much? 25 plus 4. 29, right? So like you divide that 58 to 29, 29 in the bottom half, and 29 at the top. To make the 58. The median is the average of the 2 in the middle. That's the 29th and the 30th. Let me write it better. Average of the 2 in the middle, that's the 29th and the 30th. So the average of the number of books bought by the 29th and the 30th student, that's what you want. Another way to find that position is to say the position of the median. Position of Q2 is half of the n plus 1 term. Remember that? Half of the n plus 1 term. Half of n plus 1 is half of 59, because remember, the n is 58. So we're doing half of 59. Half of 59 is 29.5. 29.5 means 29 plus 30th. You're averaging them. You're halfway between the 29th and the 30th. It's the same thing. All right? That's what it means. So anyway you want to look at it, that's what it is. So you're trying to find the 29th and the 30th student and see what number of books they bought. So you're going to do that. You're going to add up the students this way, but they're not sending order this way. So first you had 9 students. And then here now you reach 18 students. 9 and 9 is 18. So like you're counting the students. And when you do the cumulative frequency, adding up the frequency is what we refer to as your counting, is a way of counting the values. You're counting the number of students to see when you reach a 29 student. So here we have 9 students first. They add 9 more to make 18 students, and they add in 13 more. 18 and 13 is how much? How much? 21. And they add 11 more. When you add 11 more, much you reach now? Much you reach? Much you reach? Huh? Come again. Much more what I say a while ago? What is it? It's about to be what? Oh, hush. 31. Okay, so we reached them. 31, my mistake. 31. So it means that the 29th and the 30th student are in that group. See that? When you finish all of these, you have reached 31 students. But when you finish here, you're only at 18 students. So it means that the 29th and the 30th student are in this group of students. And each of them buy 5 books. So the median will be the average of 5 and 5, which is 5. Right? So the median then is the 29th book, which is the 20 book, number of books by the 29th student, which is 5, with the number of books by the 30th student, which is also 5, divided by 2. So the median number of books bought is 5. And then sometimes, well, it's not a class, but that. Leave it at that. But understand that? What good at that? All right, let's go. Here's the same kind of question again. The following table shows the scores obtained by students in a test. It said the range of a score is the highest score minus the lowest score. The highest score minus the lowest score is the range. So that's 8. That's 10 minus 2. That's the 8 right there. 10 minus 2. And then the modal score is the one with the highest frequency again. So that's frequency here. So that is the score that most persons got. 8. So 8 is the modal score. Remember, number of students is the frequency. These are your scores. Mode, median, range, interquartile range are these values, not the frequency values. All right? Those values, not the frequency values. So better go to that. That the modal score is 8. As most 8 is the score that most persons got. 9 persons got 8. All right? We'll come to this one up here. Same kind of question. The modal score this time again is 8. 12 persons got score 8, so the modal score is 8. So they have the 12 as the answer. Don't put the 12 in there, guys. The modal score is not a frequency. It's a score. The mode is a score. The mode is one of these values up here, not the frequency. It is a score that matches the highest frequency. Highest frequency is 12. Score corresponding to the highest frequency is 8. Means that 12 of the scores were 8. 8 is the score that occurred most frequently. There are 8. There are 12 8s there. So the mode is 8. All right. The median of these values is what? The one in the middle. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They are already in ascending order. So you divide the 5 and 5 first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you want the average of the values in the middle. So the values in the middle are these 2. You're averaging them. Halfway between 6 and 7 is clearly 6.5. But understand that? Right. That is it. Next question. They say it refers to the following score obtained by 11 students. What is the modal score? The modal score is the one with the highest frequency. So it looks like the 3. They're not in ascending order. So it looks like a 3. There are 4 3s in there, don't it? No other value occurs that number of times, don't it? So the modal score is a 3. Easy stuff. Easy stuff. Next question down here. Pie chart. All right. This question says the pie chart shows how many students use 12 hours in studying English, math, French, and geography. The amount of time spent studying math is approximately, well, if you look at it, math look like about 90 degrees, like about a 1/4 of the whole thing, don't it? See that? Looks like about 1/4. That looks like a 90. That's what this guy wanted to do. That's 1/4 of the whole thing. All right? So the amount of time spent, and it's out of 12 hours, don't it? So it's 1/4 of 12, which is 3 hours. So like 1/4. The math is 1/4 of the entire circle. That is it. Next question. I like to set this diagram, guys. I set it a lot. All right. Now, what it is, you can notice, they give some of the measures in percentage and they give some of the measures in degrees. If you're working in percentage, total is 100%. If you're working in degrees, the total is 360 degrees. All right. Working in percentage, total is 100%. Working in degrees, total is 360 degrees. So for example, this 30 to 36 degrees here is 1/10 of 360 degrees. So it's 10%. But I can say that. So here will be 10%. This will be 10% right off the bat. Right here, so is 90 degrees. Huh? My youth, how are you? So come with you know. Go on outside, man. Try to talk about the same thing, you know. So right here is 90 degrees. About that 90 degrees, 1/4, right? 1/4 is 25%. So if expressing the football over here, this will be 25% right now. But I can say that. You have three of them already, you know, this plus this plus this. The total is 100%, then you can know what the cricket is. By subtracting 100 minus these three. But I can say that. So if you want this as a percentage, I'm just populating it for you. I'm not saying that need for this question, but they tend to set this diagram a lot. They set questions working in degrees and percentages a lot, right? So over here now, if you want the percentage over here, it will 100 minus some of those two. Now this and this is 40. That's 25 minus 65. So this will be 100, 100, not 180, 100 minus 65. That will be 35%. That's what this would be, 35%. But if you also want this degree for this, you could go 35% of 360 to get the degrees in here. Just like up here, so this is 25% of 360 if you want it in degrees. This is 30% of 360 degrees if you want this in degrees. All right? So you can go from the degrees to percent, from percent to degrees. Either way. All right, but let's what they want. It says it refers to a pie chart. It shows the popular games played by 720 students. 720 students. So we populated the percentages, right? It says how many students play cricket? 35% play cricket. 35% play cricket. So we could say 35 over 100 times 720. That's what you want. 35% of that. Or you can work out 35% of 720 quick. You can work out 35% of 720 quick. You can literally multiply the amount, turn into that, multiply the amount. But you could break it up because so you could say something like, okay, 10% is 72. Don't it? Don't it? So answer 5%, because you want 35%. So 10% is 32, 5% is how much? 36. So you need 3 of this plus that. Don't it? You need 3 of this plus that to get the 35%. So 35% becomes 3 times the 72 plus the 36. 3 times 72, that's 3 times 10% is 30%, plus the 5% is 36. That's what you want. 3 times 72 is 3 times 71st is 210, plus 3, 2 is 6. Right? That's 216 plus 36. So somewhere in that 2, don't it? So it's this one. All right? That is it. But that's how I'm going to get the 35%, right? Good. Huh? You don't see me get the 35%. Go and look one. I don't see me get the 35% yourself. Huh? Last me where? All right. Look again. I'm saying you can actually multiply this out if you want to. Right? To get this answer right as well. You can literally multiply it out if you want, right? Because that's what it is. You're multiplying those numbers. Because you do 10 divided by that is 10. You're going to multiply these two numbers and then divide by 10 again. That's okay. And you know to multiply those if you have to, right? All right. So I'm showing you that you can also know that, okay, since you want 35% of 720, you can first say 10% is 72. You agree with that? If 10% is 72, then 5% is half of 72. Half of 72 is 36. To make up 35%, I need 3 of this. I need 3 10%. See it? And then I'm adding the other 5%, which is the 36. So 3 times 72 is 30%. And then the other 5% is 36. So I'm making up the 35% that way. Understand? Understand now, my boss? So you can do that way. But if you're good, you can just multiply this out. Importantly, you're multiplying those two values. The 35 times the 72. So you multiply the 35 times the 72, you're gonna get this. 2520, and then divide by the 10. Get me? So if you want to multiply it out that way, no problem. Huh? 7 over 20. I mean, if you mean divide this down, you can divide that down to 5 into this goes 7 times, 5 into this goes 5 times, and then divide that down. You can divide it down as well, no problem. You can divide it down too. So how you want to work it out, is the answer. All right? How you want to work it out, that is the answer. So the same question here again. Same question here. Right? And this time they give you all the percentages. So they give you the 25%, which was the football, same football up and so. They give it to you. They give you the 10% tennis. See 10% for tennis there. And they give you the 30% basketball. See 30% basketball there. See, it's lazy, they don't set new questions. They just give about the same question in a different way. So again, these three up here are up to 65. So up here are 35%. It is the same question. And the ask is the same 720 students. You see it? They ask how many students play cricket with the same calculation. You get me? We just start in this one up here, they didn't help you. They give you the 90 degrees, and you have to recognize that the 90 degrees is 25%. And I also give it 36 degrees, which you have to know that 36 degrees is 10%. Because 36 is 1/10 of 360. So 36 degrees is 10% of 360. Yeah? 100 different ways to be. 100 different ways. Right? 100 different ways. All right, so that is it. So the same question, guys. So you're doing 35% again of 720. Still come out to be this figure right here. So the same question. I think they help you more in this one. I give you more information. Up here, you have to be figuring out stuff. You have to figure out this one and this one as percentages. All right, that is it. That next one down here. See, same question again. Same question again. They give you 35% this time. They give you 30% this time. And they give you 36 degrees, which you should know that the 36 degrees again is just 10%. 36 degrees is 10%. This is 10%. So again, you add up these three and subtract from 100 to get the percentage for the football, which is the same as I told before. This is 40, that's 75. So this is 25%. Again, the 90 degrees is a quarter of 100%. This is 25%. What I ask you, this time the number of students change with the same information, same breakdown, same pie chart. 180 students play football. How many students are in the group? So look, what you can say for this now is that 25% of the total students is 180. See there? 25% of the total students is equal to 180. 25% is 1/4 of the total students is 180. So the total students then become 180 times 4. What is that? That's 720, same, is it? Same question. See if you don't change the questions, guys. Same information. All right? All right, that is it. It says Miss Clark arranged 15 students, 15 test scores, sorry. Arranged 15 test scores, 15 test scores of her students in order of size and selected the 8th one. So selecting the one in the middle, right? Which of the following is statistical measure that she's selecting? She's selecting the median, the one in the middle, the median. So she arrange them in order first and then she select the 8th one. The 8th score is the median of 15 scores. But I understand that. Good. So select the median up here. It says in a box there are 8 red, 7 blue, and 6 green marbles. One marble is picked up randomly. What's the probability that it is neither blue nor green? Meaning you want it to be red, don't you? If it's neither blue nor green, you really want it to be red, right? So probability of getting neither a blue nor a green is to get a red. So you're doing the probability of getting a red. And the red is what? The red is 8 out of the total of 8 plus 7 plus 6. That's 8 out of 21. That is it. What do we go to that? All right. Next one says, this one refers to the chart. It shows the amount of fish bought in kilograms by the first 60 customers that are Fish Smart. So these are the customers up here, and these are the kilograms of fish that they bought, right? Question says, how many customers bought at least 6 kilograms of fish? Now, at least six means greater than or equal to 6. So these are the kilograms that are greater than or equal to 6, don't it? So you want to basically add up these persons. Adding up those number of persons. You see that? So let's put a number of persons on top. Number of persons up here, so is 11, not it? 11 persons. Up here, so is 5 persons. Up here, so is 4 persons. Up here, so is 7 persons. And up here, so is 3 persons. So adding up those are the persons who got at least 7, at least 6, meaning 6 or more. Why am I working in red? So we're talking about 11 plus 5 plus 4 plus 7 plus 3. Let's break it down. So this is 10 plus 9 plus 11. Don't it? Them two are 9, them two are 10. So this is 20 plus 10. That's a 30. The answer there is 30. What good at that working out? This one says the median amount of fish bought by the customers is what? The median. They want the fish bought by the persons in the middle. So what you're gonna do now, since there are 60 customers, you want the average of the two middle ones. So like you divide it 30 and 30 first, right? So you want the average of the 30th and the 31st. But understand that. You want the average of it. want the average fish bought by the 30th person and the 31st Mayo. Hold on, not something to me now, please. Just close it. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, man, close it, close it, close it. Yeah, man, just close it, close it. Close it, close it, close it. Close it, close it, close it. Yeah, man, close it, close it, close it. Close on the screen, please. Down. All right, so we're gonna find the number of fish by the 30th person. We have to add up the people them down as we go. See that? We have to add them up until we reach the 30th person and see what fish they bought. But understand that working what we have to do? So how many persons up here? So this is 11, then 10, then this is 9. How much we going so far? We're going 20 so far, right? Don't it? No, 30 so far, 30. 30 so far. So the 30th person bought 5 kilograms. You can see that? The 30th person bought, so the 30th person right there, so, bought 5 kilograms. And so the 31st person is the first person right here, so in this group. The first person in this group is the 31st person. So the 31st person bought 6 kilograms. See that? But understand that. So you're averaging these two. So it's 5.5. See there? 6 kilograms, 5 kilograms, sorry, plus 6 kilograms divided by 2. That's 5.5 kilograms. Is the median amount of fish. But understand that working out? I'm sure you understand it. All right. 5.5. Let's continue down here. Same kind of question. It says this one refers to a histogram which shows the number of children aged 4 to 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 who took part in a survey. These are the number of students. These are the ages. All right. It says, what is the modal age? It's the age that the most students had. See it so? Most people, there are 5 students. Sorry. There are 5 students who had this age of 7. See that? So the modal age is 7. But I say that. Right? The age that had the highest number of students. So the modal age is 7. 7. All right. And then they say, how many students took part in the survey? You're gonna add up all these students. 3 years so, 4 years so, 2 years so, 5 years so, and 1 year. So add them up. So it's 3 plus 4 plus 2 plus 5 plus 1. Add them up. So this is 7 first, plus 7 more, and then 1 right or so. That's 15. 15 people took part in the survey. This one says, a child is selected at random. What is the probability that the child is more than 4? So the same data, the same graph on a different question. What's the probability that the child is more than 4? So more than 4, you're looking for the 5, the 6, and the 7 age, don't it? Don't it? Looking for the children that were that age. More than 4 means that they were these ages. More than 4 means 6 means 5, 6, and 7. 8, highest age was 7 or 8. 5, 6, 7, and 8. So you want to know how many students, how many people are 5, 6, 7, and 8. 5, 6, 7, and 8. So you're adding up these. Adding up all of these. How much is that? That is 6 and 6, 12, right? That's 12 out of the total students. How many students total was there again? 15. So it's 12 out of 15. 12 out of 15. These add up to 12. 12 students. These add up to 12. The 12 students at this age. 12. And the total 15 total students. So probability of getting one of these 12 is 12 out of 15. See there? Probability Let's set up this way. Probability that the age is more than 4 is 12 out of 15. And this reduces to divide it by 3, you get 4. And divide it by 3, you get 5. 4/5. This answer down here, so. Want to go to that? All right. Next one up here. People online, I can answer to you now. Don't just be there sitting and looking. Item 41 to 42, refer to the following chart. It shows the number of books, 50, same books business, 58 students, right? These are the students, these are the number of books that they bought. Let's see what this one says again. It says, how many students bought exactly 4 books? Exactly 4 books was bought by 9 students. Between 8 and 10 is 9, right up here, so. 9 students. But I agree with that? But I go to that? Exactly. The median number of books bought, same thing again. If it's 58 students, you divide 58, how much you divide 58? 29 and 29, right? You divide 29 and 29. Again, see there, 29 and 29. You divide half and half first. All right? Make the 58. And so you want the average of the 2 in the middle, which is the 29 and the 30th. So you want to know how many books the 29 student bought and how many books the 30th student bought, and you're taking the average. All right? That's the average. That is 58, half and half. So then now the 29, we're gonna find out how many books. You're gonna add up the students here until you reach the 58. Add them up until you reach the 29 and me. So let's add them up. So first we had 8 right here. Then we had 9 right here. Then we had 13 up here. Then we had 11 right here. And this is 10. And then down here, so it's 7. Let's add up the students as we go. So this one is how much? 17, and that are 30. See that? So you reach 30 students right here. So 30th student is right here. 30th student is right here. So 30th student had 5 books. But I can say that. 30th student has 5 books. And then now the first person in this group is the 31st student, don't it? The 31st student is the first person in this group of 11 students. But that's on that. See that? And so, and that person had 6 books. So the average of 5 and 6 books is the median. Right? So this is 5 books. And this is 6 books. So the average in them, median, but they don't give us that. Let me check this again, if this add up right. As I get in one value, let's look again. So it is A, oh, this is 17, don't it? So something wrong with this. It's a 17. It's a 17, and then it's a 13. The 17 and 13 are 30. Oh, 29 and 30. Oh, my mistake. 29 and 30. The 2 of them the 5 books. My mistake. I reach 30, we reach up here, so 2 of them the 5 books. Is the 29th and 30th to one, not the 30th and the 31st. We want the 29th and the 30th. So because we reach 30 people up here, so it means that the 29th person is there and the 30th person is also there. 29th and the 30th person is in this group as well. Because we reach 30 right there, so both of them take 5 books. That is it. My mistake. So both of them take 5. So the median is 5. Put in 5.5 over there. All right. There you go. Make mistakes sometimes. Down here, cumulative frequency curve. So our series of cumulative frequency curve questions. Now let's see what this one said. So it refers to the cumulative frequency curve on the marks of 200 students who took a driving test. All right, so these are the students up here. These are the marks down here. Remember, the ones who got the lowest marks are the ones at the bottom down here. The ones who got the highest marks are the ones at the top. All right, that's what it wants us to find. It says the median marks scored by the 200 students. So remember, the portion of the median, since there are 200 students, portion of the median is a 100 student. As a position of the median, which is Q2. To find that mark, you come across on the graph here, and you read it down here. It's right in between here. And then you're going to check the scale, make sure the scale is right. So from 10 to 20, there are 10 lines. So each line is 1, right? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Each line is 1. So here then we reach 35, 36, 37, like 37 and a half. But I can say that? 37 and a half. This looks like 37 and a half. 37.5. Let's see if that is there. There you go. 37.5. Next one. The highest mark scored in the test. So the highest mark is look like up here, so 60. Right? Highest mark is 60 up here, so 60. Highest mark is 60. What is it that? Highest mark is 60 out here, so 60. So the graph goes up to there, up to 60 up here, so 60. Our next one. The one, the interquartile, same question. Interquartile range for the 200 sources. So it's Q3 minus Q1 have to work out now, right? So we'll find Q3 and Q1. Let's work them out in blue. Eh? Right, so it's 3/4 of the 200. I can go halfway between the 100 and the 200, which is 150 for Q1, and halfway between the 0 and the 100 for Q1. So it's 150. So you gotta make sure you get 150 good now. So this is 100, 120. It's actually 140. Be careful now. Don't go put this as 150, you know, that wrong. Right? Don't go put that at 150. This is 140. So 150 is right here, so it's in red. 150 is right in between here. That's 150. That is the position of Q3. Upper quartile. All right. And then now we're looking for 50. Now this is 40. So right here, so it's 60. So 50 is right in between here. Right here, so it's the 50. That's the position of Q1. Let's read them across now. So you come across on the graph right in the middle here. And you read it down. It looks like 3 to me. This looks like Q1, not 330. That looks like Q1. Let's see. Then on this one, we'll come across on the graph again, right in between here. Looks like that figure there, that mark. Get anything close, we can work with it. Looks like we're on this line. That right here, that looks like 43. That's Q3. So interquartile range down here is Q3 minus Q1, which is 43 minus, we'll get to Q1 again, 30. The answer now look good. It works out to be 13. Closest answer is 12.5. Let's put that. So maybe what it is that when I put this over here, maybe it was actually in between. It never quite reached this line. But it no matter, 12.5, 13, same difference. All right, that is it. This one asks for the lower quartile mark of the 200 students. That is this lower quartile mark here, so the 30, don't it? That's Q1, which is 30. So you see, on different people, they ask different things. Next one. If 38% of the students pass the test, what is the pass mark? So on 38% is the top 38, don't it? Don't it? So 38% of 200 students is how much? What is that? 2 times, that's what? 76? 76. That's 76. Because 38% of 100 is 38. So 38% of 200 must be twice as much, right? 76, right? 76. Now, if 76 is the 76 at the top, don't it? The top 76. 76 at the top. So if 76 pass the test, rest of them fail, don't it? So it means that 200 minus 76 failed. 76 minus 200, 200 minus 76 is how much? 124, don't it? 124 failed. So to find the pass mark, we need to find the mark corresponding to the 124th student, don't it? Because you have to get more than that to pass the test, right? All right, so we're going to look for the mark obtained by the 124th. So don't put the 124 you're saying, no, put the mark that corresponds to the 124th student. So we're going to find the mark that corresponds to the 124th student in red. So we're going to come up here in our course. So we need to find out this grid. So look at this grid now. There are 10 of these small lines between 0 and 40. It means that each of these little small lines is 4, don't it? Don't it? I want to say it's 4 because it's 40. It's the total divided by 10 of those little small lines. See there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of those little small intervals. So each of those little small intervals here is 4. See that? 4. So each of these little intervals is 4. And we're looking for 124. We're looking for 124. All right? So the top 76 students pass the test up at the top. Looking for 124. All right, so 120 here, so. So one is the purpose. So 124 here, so. So 124 right, so. 124. So the 76 up here, so pass the test. See that? So it means that to pass the test, you need to get at least a mark that the 124 person got. So whatever the mark that the 124 person got is around where the pass mark is. You get me? So it's come across on the graph for 124. I'll come right on that line right there. So read it down on this line. That drop right at the 40. So the pass mark is 40. See there? 40. That is it. But that's on the work. So if 38% pass the test, 38% of 200 is 76 students. It is the 76 students at the top up here that pass the test, because the ones at the top are the ones who got the highest mark. So 76 from 100 from 200 is 124. So it means that 124 students never pass the test. All right? So the mark, find what the 124 person got. That is a pass mark. I mean, say I have to get more than that to pass the test. You get me? Good. I have to get that amount or more to pass the test. Or if you get less than that, you fail the test. They put that way. So students who fail the test, the highest person who fail the test is the 124th person. And he got less than the pass mark. That's why he also failed the test, because he got less than the 40 marks. And that is it. Over here now, it said this one. So diagram with the peak in the curve of the height of 20 plants. Or the figures down here are kind of messed up. I think right here, so it's 2, this must be 4, 6, 8, 10. Put them on the thing. So I think this is 4, 6, 8, and 10. All right. And I want the interquartile range. And it's the same question this diagram is on. This question is on the same diagram. It says, how many students scored at most 45 marks? Now, at most means less than or equal to 45. Know that, right? 45 is the most. 45 or more. Now, this is refer to the diagram, and this are no marks. So this diagram is in the wrong place. I think this is for the same question over there. So I think that is for that same question over there. That diagram. So unless I got the 45, you come and find 45 here. So look, how you do it. That question is for the same diagram over here. So it's 45 here, so it's a 45. It's a 45 mark. Up on the graph and you see how many students that is. Right up to here. And then you read it across. 45 here. And you read it across here. So right in between here. That's 160. 164 looks like 166. This looks like 166. Let's see that answer there. 166. There you go. 166. What is it at? All right. So this question is for that diagram over there as well. This question. This question wants interquartile range from this. So if you have 20 people, interquartile range, 3/4, that is where Q3 is. That's a portion of Q3. And that's a portion of Q1. But like I take the 20 and divide it half and half first. 10 at the top, 10 at the bottom. Halfway the bottom is 5, halfway the top is 15. Those are the portion of your quartiles. Or if you like, you can do 3/4 of 20, which is 15, and 1/4 of 20, which is 5. Those are the positions of the quartiles. Come across on the graph here and read that value down. Whatever that value is, we're going to work it out. Come across on the graph here and read this value down. All right, so whatever the value this is your Q1, whatever value this is your Q3. This one is your Q3, this one. Mess it up, Mr. Shaw. This one is your Q3. All right, let's read the scale now. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines up to 2. 5 lines up to 2. So it's 2 divided by 5. Each of these lines is 2 divided by 5, the same as 4 divided by 10. So each of these lines is 0.4. So this is 0.4, 0.8, this is 1.2, 1.6, and then 2. So each of those little lines is 0.4. You have to always record the scale first. Each of these little line is 0.4. When we get it, 2 divided by the number of lines there. Tell you what each line is. But understand that. So 2 divided by 5, same as 4 divided by 10 is 0.4. So each of those little lines is 0.4. All right? When we get that, 2 divided by 5, which is 0.4. All right. So this therefore here so becomes what? This Q2 value right here says what? This is 2, this is 2.4, this is 2.8. So right in between here says 2.6. But I can say that. So Q1 is 2.6. 2.6. So this belongs to this question over here. I need to redo this document and fix this. That's 2.6. And then Q3 now. This is 4, right? This is 4.4, 4.8. And the next line is going to be 5.2, right? Here says 5.2. So Q3 is 5.2, twice as much. 5.2. So the interquartile range down here becomes Q3 minus Q1, which is 5.2 minus 2.6. 5.2 minus 2.6 is still 2.6. So this is the answer. 2.6 is the answer for that. All right, so that is Q3 and Q1. You find it. Note I have to get the scale of the graph, guys. Very important. This next question down here. gives us this cumulative frequency curve again. Don't look like a cumulative frequency curve, but that's what it is. It says, refers to the diagram below, which shows the cumulative frequency polygon of the length in meters of 20 fish that are caught by a fisherman. All right, so these are the length, these are the fish. The shortest fish are the ones down here of the shortest length. Fish at the top, 20 fish at the top of the longest length. All right, that's what I want us to do. It says the interquartile range again. Same question. Same question we just do a while ago. Same information, 5 up to 20. No, this one go by a 1 and 2 and 3. Let's work it out again. So again, this is the position of Q1. And this is the position of Q3. This is the position of Q3. So to get Q1, gonna come across on the graph and read it down here. Clearly is this line right here. That is a line. Now, it's easy because there are 10 lines up to 1, so each line is 0.1, right? Each of these lines is 0.1, right? So this therefore is 1.2. This is Q1 is 1.2 right here, 1.2 Q1. Let's use Q3 now. So come across on the graph, come across until they reach the curve right here. And they read that down on the graph down here. And that clearly is 3.7, right? This is 3.5, 3.6, 3.7. So this is Q3. Q3 right there. It's clearly 3.7. So the interquartile range is Q3 minus Q1. It's 3.7 minus 1.2, which becomes 2.5, right? 2.5. What is that? 2.5. Very good. All right. Get this an exam. Make sure you get it right. The semi-interquartile range, I'm on. Remember the semi-interquartile range. Semi-interquartile range, I'm on. No, not interquartile range, no. Semi of a seed. Semi-interquartile range is equal to the interquartile range divided by 2. The same question. So it becomes the 2.5 that we got divided by 2, which then is 1.25 right here. It's half of the interquartile range. What is that? 1.25, half of 2.5. This one says, a fish is selected at random. What is the probability that it is at least 1.8? So at least 1.8 means or it's connected again. It's not sharing. Online students, can you see the screen?
No, sir.
Get going. Let's try something. internet problems, guys. Let's use the hotspot. See if that will work. All right, let's work with the hotspot. Let's work with the hotspot. All right. So good. So this one, the probability of selecting a fish that is at least 1.8. So we need to know the number of fish that is more than 1.8 or more. The graph is going to show us how many fish less than 1.8. The rest of them is more than 1.8. Remember, this cumulative frequency graph they show you less than. But we want how many fish measure more than one. Let's look at it. So maybe I should show that part in blue. So we're looking for 1.8. The same fish diagram, same diagram. And this is the same diagram. So at least 1.8 means 1.8 or more, right? So you're gonna find 1.8. So this is 1.8 right here. So 1.8. You really want all the fish out here, so which corresponds if you come up on the graph, come across, it means that they want the fish up here. You understand? They want the fish out here more than 1.8, which is this part of the graph up here, so which is the fish up here. The graph is going to show you how many fish measure less than 1.8. The rest of them measure more than 1.8. And they put that out over the total, over the total of 120 fish. Let's work on it. So 1.8, come up to 1.8, and you come up on the graph right here, and then read it across here. And that's the number of fish that is less than 1.8, whatever figure that is. How much is that? What is the vertical scale? Let's be careful with the vertical scale. So for the vertical scale, there are 10 of these little small lines up to 5. So each line is 5 divided by 10. So each line is 0.5, right? Or every other line is 1. So you can say every other line is 1. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So every other line is 1. Each line is 0.5. Or every other line is 1. So we want to come to this mark. So let's look at it in blue. So right now we're at 5 right here. It should be 6. It should be 7. It should be 8. It should be 9. And it should be 10. So yes, that is 8 for true. So it is 8. So 8 fish measure less than 1.8. The rest of them up here, so measure more. So it's 16 minus 8. 20 minus 8 you want. Which is 12 out of the 20. But understand that? Good. So basically, based on this graph, based on this information, you can say 8. You can say basically less than 1.8 kilograms. You had, how much you say it was? 8? 8 fish. 8 fish. Therefore, 12 was greater than or equal to 1.8 kilograms. Therefore, the probability of being greater than or equal to 1.8 kilograms is the 12 fish. Right, 12 fish, right? That's 12. 12 fish. 12 fish was greater than 1.8. Greater than or equal to, which is what you want. So the answer therefore becomes 12 out of 20. 12 over 20. You have to be careful. All right? What that will do. So see the 12 over 20 right there. So that is it. That's what I have it there. So we have to be careful with this question. A lot of people go and put 8 over out of 20, you know, which is wrong. That's not what they want. They want to measure at least. They may say at most, then you would have put the 8 over 20. Because they don't want one to measure 1.8 or less. You understand? So them change the word to at most. You know, so you're going to put the answer here. Because at most mean that amount or less. Remember the graph show you how many measure less than, you know, guys. That's what the graph show you, you know. It shows you how many measure less than. That's it. So for example, the 8 here, so measure less than 1.8. That's what it shows you. It shows you less than information. Sometimes they show you less than adequate information. That is that. It's much more page to that. Two more page. 1, 2, 3 more page, and then we can look at the thing there. We can look at the past papers quick. Or repeat questions. All right, let's go. This one says, they give us this table. Refers to the following, which shows the results of a survey of 100 persons from two major ethnic groups, R, P, and R. Respondents were interviewed about their attitude towards mathematics. Some people had positive attitude, some people had negative attitude, and some people neutral. All right. He said a respondent from the ethnic group P. A respondent from ethnic group P is selected at random. So it means they're coming out as 60 guys. You're coming out of ethnic group P alone. So you're coming out as 60, you're selecting from the 60 persons in group P. What is the probability that he had a negative attitude towards maths? 24 of them had a negative attitude out of that. You never say a respondent was selected at random, you know. He said I selected as a respondent from group P. So you're picking out of the 60 persons in group P. So group P don't answer. But understand that. The question they don't say a respondent is selected at random. You're coming out of the full 100. But understand that. Good. So this becomes 24 over 60. 24 over 60 is the answer for this one. If you reduce this too much. How much? 2 over 5? Yeah, we can go 12 into this and 12 into that. Good. 2 over 5. Over 5. So that is the answer. So they can set by the same question, guys, and say a respondent from group R is selected, for example. Then be coming out of 40. But then they'll say a respondent is selected at random. Let me say including now everybody. You be coming out of 100. You get me? You get me? Good. The probability, the sample space will be out of now everybody. So be careful. All right, see you now. A respondent is selected at random. Now you're coming out of 100. Now you're coming out of 100. So for the second one now, you're coming out of 100. See there, a respondent is selected at random. Means that you're coming out of 100 people. When this was out of group P a while ago, you mark it again. When this was just out of group P, means that you're coming out of 60 people. But understand that. Okay, this one now, the respondent is selected. Means it out of everybody now, out of the 100 people you're selected now. What is the probability that he had a positive attitude? So you want the person with a positive attitude. How many persons had a positive attitude? 37. Let me say, what's the probability that he is from ethnic group P and has a positive attitude? They don't want this now out of the 100. They get me? So read the question carefully. So this one now, the positive attitude is 37 you want. That's 37 out of 100, which becomes 0.37 right here. I can ask several other things on the same diagram, guys. Believe me. All right, let's look at this one. A similar kind of information refers to the following two-way table, which shows the mode of transportation to school on a particular day by a group of 200 students. It says a male student is selected at random. It means that you're taking out one of these. Because you're in the male group, you select a male student, so you're coming out of the male, which is 100. A male student, means that you're coming out of 108. But I said that. You know, a student, you know, a male student is selected at random. So you're coming out of the 108 male students. See them here? 108 male students. What do I want now? What is the probability that he does not walk? So if he don't walk, it means I'm the one of them two, don't it? That's all. You either take the bus or take a taxi. So it's 80 out of the 108 you want. 80 out of 108 and then divide that down. What can go in them there? 2 first. What that reduce to? Simplify that down for me. 2 into this goes 40 first. 2 into this goes 54, don't it? And 2 into this goes 20 more. And 2 into that goes 27, don't it? So the answer here, 20 over 27 is the answer. Can't go no further. That is it, 20 over 27. What is that? Divide them by 4. Next one. See, I say same table on a different exam paper, same table they gave. And this one said a student is picked at random from the group. So now you're picking a student from the group. So you're coming out of the 200 students now. See that? You're picking from the 200 students now. You're not picking from any particular, like this one was just a male. What is the probability that the student is a male? I'm looking for this person now. Student is a male who traveled to school by taxi. So now you're coming out of the 200, right? So I'll leave that on it, you know, and do this part in red. Let me do this part in red. So now you're coming out of the 200 students, and you want a male who travel by taxi. So this is what you want, a male who travel by taxi out of the 200. But understand that? So this is now 50 out of the 200 you want. It's 5 over 20. Reduces to 1 over 4. 1 over 4. That is it. But understand that? Read these questions carefully. See which group you're coming out of. Right? Read them carefully, please. All right, let's continue. Down here. It says this one refers to the frequency table, shows the time taken by 20 students to solve a math problem. It said the lower boundary in the class interval, this one, the lower boundary is what? Halfway between this and this, right? Which is 2.5, don't it? The lower boundary in this group is 2.5. 2.5. It says 600 students write an exam. The probability of a randomly selected student failing is 1/5. So it means a 4/5 one pass, don't it? 1/5 one fail, then 4/5 will pass. But I understand that. It says how many students are expected to pass? 4/5 of the 600 students. 4/5 of the 600. But I understand that. Or it could do the 1/5 of the 600 and then take the difference. So if 1/5 fail, 1/5 fail, this means that 4/5 pass. So working this out. What I work out to? What I work out to, guys? 5 into this goes 1 time. 5 into 60 goes what? 12. And then 4 times 12, 120 is 480. That is it. Next question again, same question. 600 students sit an exam. Same question, you know. The probability of random select that student to pass is 4/5. How many students is the same question? So if 1/5 now is gonna fail. So let's switch information. How many fail? 1/5 of the 600, which is the same quantity from before, right? Which is what? 120? 120. And that is it. So same question, let's switch information. It said if the mean of the numbers 4, 8, x, 12, and 10 is 10, what is x? So you basically set it up. 4 plus 8 plus x plus 12 divided by 4 is equal to 10, not it? This would be the mean, not it? So multiply this over, you say you get 40. So sum equal 40. So this is at 12 and it's at 12. So it's x plus 24. X plus 24 is now equal to 4 times 10 over here, so it's 40. So the x equals 40 minus 24, which is 16. So x is 16. Next question. It says when 3 coins are tossed simultaneously, these are the possibilities. All right, those are the possibilities. That's called a sample space. H represents head, T represents tail. What's the probability of random selecting obtaining at least two heads? So I'm gonna count how many times you have at least two heads, two or more heads. So you see it here, 1, 2, 3, 4, don't it? At least 4, at least 2 means 2 or more. This means 2 or more heads. It's at least 2 means, it really means 2 or 3. 2 or 3 heads. That's what at least 2 means. 2 or more, which is 2 or 3. So it's 4 out. How many possibilities will be? 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 possibilities. So that's 50% chance then. So there are 4 possibilities out of the 8. That's a half. This is the answer right here. Half. Probability of getting at least 2 heads is a half. So when I'm getting exactly 2 heads, there'll be 3 out of 8, don't it? 2 heads, 2 heads, 2 heads. It'll be 3 out of 8. See that? If I ask for exactly, if it changes to say exactly 2 heads, that's going to be 3 over 8. It's going to be the answer. So pay attention to those like minor differences. Which question we have the last page. This question says, following diagram, following frequency distribution shows the average mass in kilogram of a group of children in a school. The lower limit of the median class. What do you think is the median class? Class that has the median in it, don't it? The class with the median. And we have to find a class with the median in it. So we want the median class. So we have to add up these now, so many we have. What is add up to? Add up these for me. Add up these to see what the total is so we can see what the median is. How much? 150, you sure? 150. So you're looking for the 75th. The median is gonna be the 75th plus the 76th. The half of 150 is 75. So 75 and 75. So the median is gonna be the average of the 75th and the 76th. So we're looking for the 75th. Where would the 75th and the 76th be? You're adding up these frequencies now. We reach 76 already, right? So don't it? 29 and 47. 29 and 47 is how much? 76? 29 and 47 is 76. All right. So this becomes the median class. 29, maybe 76 right here. So this becomes the median class. Class that has the median in it is called the median class. And that asks us for the lower limit. The lower limit is the 31. See that? So this is the median class. This is the median class. So 31 is the lower limit of the median class. 31. All right. It says, how many children have a mass of at most 50 kilograms? At most means less than or equal to 50. 50 is the most. Can't pass 50. All right. So less than or equal to 50. So these are the ones that are less than or equal to 50, don't it? All right. And you're adding up these figures. So it becomes the 75, 76 we have so far plus the 24. If we list them out, it will be 29 plus 47 plus 24 is equal to 100, right? 100. This one down here says, item 39 and 40 refer to the following frequency distribution, which shows the average mass. Same kind of question. A group of students in a school. The upper limit of the modal class now. The modal class is the class with the highest frequency, don't it? This one, don't it? So in this case, this is the modal class. This one. Modal class. One with the highest frequency. And asking us for the upper limit. Upper limit is the 60 right here, so. So the upper limit of the molar class is 6 feet. 6 feet. What go to that? Then we continue. How many children have a mass greater than 40? How many children have a mass greater than 40? Greater than 40 kilograms. So greater than 40 kilograms are these up here, so. Put them in red. These up here, so. Respect. Greater than 40. Don't it? Other than the greater than 40. So that becomes equal to 24 plus 40 plus 18. What that add up to? 24 plus 40 plus 18. So that 2, don't it? This one. Agreed? 82. But them 2 you add up to 42. That is it. All right, so 42 and 40 make 82. And then the last question on this before starts searching through the other ones. So things start to see. Then it get bad. Then it get bad. Then it get bad. Let's try something. Sticking. Let's try it. Let's try it. All right. Item 39 and 40 refer to the following distribution again. Average mass of a group of is the same kind of question again. It's a number of pupils who have a mass less than 40 kilograms. Less than 40. Less than or equal to 40. Equal than it. So it's these, right? 40 there, so talking about these. That's 28 plus 40. That's 68. Our mass less than equal to 40. But you can see that? And then up here, the upper bound of the median class again. Upper bound of the median class again. So again, what is add up to? What is add up to? Add up for me. Huh? 122, 28 plus 40 plus 12 plus 34 plus 18. In exam, you're going to add it up. 132. So 132, 132. So 66 and 66, right? So it's 66 and 66. So you are the 66th and the 67th you want. 66th and the 67th. That's where the median would be. So you want to know which group have those values. We're going to add up this frequency now. So you reach 28. You reach 68 years already. See that? So this is the class. See that? You reach 68 students years already. 68 students. 28 plus 40 is 68. So this becomes the median class. Median class. But the more the upper boundary is going to be upper boundary of that is 40.5. Upper boundary is 40.5. Because the median class is 31 to 40, the upper boundary is 40.5. But all right with that? All right, we're done this now. All right, we're going to take a minute and look on the past papers then, 2026 and so on, and we'll call it a day, right? We can faster. We don't want any recent questions to miss out on them. So I'm going to take a quick time and do that now, 8 o'clock. The time is kind of good, except for the little emergency that I had. Would have finished on time. I remember doing it tomorrow, but tomorrow starting at 5 o'clock. All right? See if we can finish it by 8 o'clock tomorrow. Starting at 5 tomorrow. Tomorrow is a regular day, not a holiday again. All right, so starting at 5. So let me see. All right, so let's look at the June papers. So June 2025, around 2025, June 2025. Let's see. Looking for the statistics on this, all right? Statistics. Here's one. Just did this one a while ago. I want like it. All right, so this is the cumulative frequency curve based on the marks 200 students who took it. It's the same thing. It says how many students got at most 45 marks. We did it a while ago. At most 45 means less than or equal to 45. This means less than or equal to 45. The graph is going to show that figure straight. Find 45 right here. Come up on the graph. Here. Let's make that look at that. Right, so you come to 45 here. And it's on this line. You come up on the graph on this line. There. It's coming to here. And then come and read it across here, right in between this. I think that was 166. We did it earlier, right? Based on this, each of the mark is 4. So this is 164, 166. I think we did it before. It was 166. See there, 166. I remember. The median mark, we did this already as well. So median mark with the mark correspond to the 100 student. This was 100 student here. Read across and read it down. So we did that one already as well. Median mark. So we have done that. This one, so we did this question already a while ago. All right. We also did this one. This is statistics. We did this one earlier. The football and thing. Student was picked that one was probably that in neither football nor tennis. All right, let's look at this one. So there are 720 students. It says how many students play football, right? And there was 1/4 of it, right? 1/4. But this is 25%. So football was 1/4. This year is 10%, as you remember. Over here is 35%. Right? And if so, how many people play football? Oh, how many students play cricket or football? So it's these two you want, the two of them. Cricket or football. What add up to? Well, this add up to 40%. So the two must add up to 60%, right? So that is 60% of 720. That's what you want. Right? So that works out to 432. That's this one. So you see the mechanical change on this one. They don't want football alone or cricket alone. They want cricket or football. So you have to add them up. Add up the cricket and the football, right? This one says a student is picked at random from the group. What is the probability that a student plays neither tennis nor football? So you don't want tennis and you don't want football. So it means that you want these two. So that if you want those two, you want the 75%, no, 65%. That's the 30 and the 35%. You want the 65%. So it's 65% you want of the students. 65%. Which is 65 over 100. All right, 65 over 1. What I reduce to? I reduce to 13 over 20. This one. I divide this by 30. By 5, you get 13. Divided by 5, you get 20. So 65%. Still probably you want. 65% of the students. 13 over 20. All right, that one right here. So 2025. Let's look again. Let's look again. 2024. 2024. Let's keep it in 2024. statistics and 2024. All right, just did this question. All right. It says, how many students at a mass of at least 41? We did that a while ago. The lower limit of the modal class, we did that a while ago. Miss Clark, 50 students, and she wanted the 8 student, which was the median. We just did that. Did this one as well. Them say approximate mathematics about quarter of the whole thing. So it's quarter of the 12, which is 3. We did that as well. It was 3 hours. Did that as well. We also did this question, and we got this question. It is the same. Let's see. A respondent to select what's the probability? So a respondent to select a random coming out of the 100 again. As a respondent, what's the probability that the selected respondent is of ethnicity P and a positive attitude at this one? So it's 25 out of 100, which is 0.25. So it's yet a different question to ask. Important thing that is a respondent select a random, so you're coming out of the full 100. All right? And you want the ethnicity P with a positive attitude. P with a positive attitude is 25 here. So it's 25 out of 100. And that done it. That finishes that. All right, let's look at the January papers. January papers, 2026, 2025, 2024. Quick and fast. Quick and fast. January. All right, 2024. Let's see what I said in 2024 statistics, January. Here the statistics start. Did this question a while ago as well. The lower limit of the median class. We just did this question. How many students have at most 50? At most 50 was less than equal to 50, which was the sum of these down here. At most 50 means 50 or less, remember? So we're talking about the sum of these down here. So I think was 100. So we did that a while ago as well. Then we did this one about scores. The modal score was the 8, because it corresponds to the highest frequency. So we did that as well. Did we do the cumulative frequency curve? Yes, with the 200 students getting a mark. The lower quartile of the 200 students. We did that a while ago. Just did that. This one about the student to the age of students. A child select at random. What's the probability that the child more than 4 years? We did that a while ago as well. So we did all this question. We did this question about the fail, the poor fish, fail and pass. We just did that a while ago too. So we have covered all those questions. Let's look at 2025, January. 2025, January. January 2025, right here. Get familiar with all these questions, get comfortable with them. See them in the exam, they don't strange deal. Exposed to them or max out on them. Let's go again. All right, so this one looks like a little bit differently. Look a little bit different. Said refers to the following table, which show the number of words a group of 60 students got correct in a spelling test. That consisted of 10 words. All right. So the mode of the number of words spelled correctly. The mode. So this is 18 students got 7 words correct. So 7 words is the number, 7 is the number of words that the most people got correct. So the mode is 7. One that corresponds to the highest frequency. The median number of words spelled correctly. So again, since there are 60 students, you're gonna go and say, all right, divided 30 and 30. So you want the average of the 31st, the 30th, and the 31st. So if start count until you reach 30 now from this end. So this are 10 and 18. So this makes 28 right here. So you don't know right here, so you reach 28. You don't write to say it's 28, right? 28 students. So the 30th student and the 31st student is in this group. See that? So when you finish right here, so now you reach 28. By the time it's at 10 and 8, you make 28. So you finish all of these people, all of these set. You just reach 28 students. You're trying for 30. So 30th and the 31st is in this group of 16 students. Each of them get 9. So the mode is going to be 9. The median, I mean, is going to be 9. But the 30th get 9, and the 31st also get 9. 9 was correct. 9 correct. Each of them get 9 correct. That's it. Now come down here, the same question again, asking the same thing. One of it, we did this question already. This one over here. All right. How many students are in the group? 720. This one again. The fish question again. And it says, how many students bought at least 6 kilograms? So it says six, at least 6 means you want the number of people for these. So you're adding up all of them frequency here. So add them up. That's what we did earlier. So we did this already as well. But at least 6 means that 6 or more. So add up all of them, all of those. So we did that one as well. Then we'll have the cumulative frequency curve for the height of 20 C. They did this one and want a semi-interquartile. Yes. Do this one as well already. And this is the 1/5 business again with the student who pass or fail. That done. 2026. Let's look. Let's look at 2026. We can fast. 2026, January, right here. And then we are done for the night after this. Yeah, we're done for the night after this. 2026. See here, statistics starts right here. So same books question, bought by number of students. How many students bought no more than 6 books? No more than 6. Means that you want the ones who bought 6 or less. No more than 6. No more than 6 means less than or equal to 6. So they're talking about these down here. So you can add up them students right there. So add up all of those. Add them up. Add up those. So it's 9 plus 9 plus 13 plus 11. 9, 9, 9, 18, 13, 11, 24. What's that add up to? 42. Oh, we did it already. Yeah, we did that already though. So the mode of the number of books bought by the student, the one that corresponds to the highest frequency. Highest frequency is 13. So that mode is 5. 5 books is the mode. All right. Median number of books by the students. How many students? 50. We do it already. 29 and 29. I think it came out to be 5. Did it? 29 and 29. 18. 5 will come out to make it the same question. So divide 58 into 29 and 29 until you need the average of the 29th student right here and the 30th student right here. So you start to count. Count the students in this way. So 9 and 9 and 18, 18 and 13 is how much? 31, don't it? So it's up here for them there. Yeah, 5 and 5. All right. That is it. What am I 5? Easy. Welcome to the same day. They like this one here, man. I love this one. Same question. 180 students. How many students play basketball and mass for this time? So basketball is 30% of the students. So if 180 students play football, it means that the total is 720 based on that. And I'm asking you how many play basketball. So you saw 180 students. Oh, sorry. So like I said, 25% is 180. I want to know how much is 30%. Eh? 25% is 180. I want to know how much is 30%. So you can carry it down to 5% first and multiply it up by 6. Right? Multiple ways you can do it. You can divide this 2 by 5 to see what is 5%. So you could say 5% is therefore 36 students. Right? And you want your 30%. So multiply it now by 6. So therefore 30%, which is the basketball, this amount times 6, which becomes 216. So that says 216. But I mean, that's not the only way to do it, right? Multiple ways to do it. But the same information, guys. You don't want to know what 30% is basically for basketball. And the total is the same 720. All right. According to the pie chart, the sector angle representing cricket. So you want to know what the cricket sector angle would be in this question over here, so no. So you can find what the percentage for cricket would be. It should be 10%. Let's look at the let's use the percentage. Let's work it out. So this is 30%. This is 10%, as you know. 36 degrees is 10%. 90 degrees is 25%. So you add up these, you're going to get 65. So over here, so it's 35%. Sector angle is 35% of 360 degrees. See me? Because the total angle in there is 360 degrees. The one of sector angle is 35% of 360 degrees. That is the sector angle for cricket. 35% of 360 degrees. They become 36 times 35, the numerical value, 126. So this is it, 126. When you work this out, you're going to get 126. Is it? All right, so it's 35% to one. And I can do it how I did it earlier. So actually answer this already too. 126 degrees. So that table here is a contingent table shows the result of a survey of 125 people. See there, 125 people. The total, we were asked whether they have an Instagram account, Facebook, or neither. Right? So the person is selected as person who has an Instagram account is shown at random. So we're coming out of the Instagram people and the 100 people here. So this is out of the 100 people. 100 are coming out of. What's the probability that the person also has a Facebook account? That's 36 out of the 100. It's 36 out of 100. That's what you want. 36 out of 100. And this can be divided through by 4. 4 into this goes 9. 4 into this goes 25. So 9 over 25 right here. All right. And we're done. All right, guys. I'll be here again tomorrow, 5 o'clock. So for you. And we'll be looking at the last part of the business. The last 2 parts. So we'll be doing relations and functions down here and the tricks. We're doing the rest of this. Geometry and tricks. I think we have to come back up to the vectors. We'll try to run through this fairly quickly tomorrow. I'm done right here. So. All right. And then we'll pick it up back on Wednesday. We want to do about 6 papers. At least 6 papers on Wednesday for the exam. Yeah, the recent ones. One last time. Yeah, 2026, January, 2 papers in 2025, 2 papers in 2024. At least that's what I want to do. That is the plan. All right, students online. See ya.
Bye, sir.
All right. I got to delete some. Bye, everybody. I don't know if I get messed up today. I get messed up. Yes. Smart scored in the 60. Okay. Smart is 60. Yes. 60. Smart is 60. What is it at? Smart is 60. Oh, yes. Okay. So there you go. That's 60. The one in the border. The one for the two just says Q3 minus Q1 and the rubber. Right? So we'll find Q3 and Q1. Let's work them out in three. Eh? Right, so it's 3/4 of the 200. I can go halfway between the 100 and the 200, which is 150 for Q1, and halfway between the 0 and the 100 for Q1. So it's 150. So you gotta make sure you get 150 good now. So this is 100, 120. It's actually 140. Be careful now. Don't put. Yeah.